Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Clovis City Council meeting of December 2nd, 2024. 23 days until Christmas, as someone pointed out to me today, which I didn't need them to do the math for me. We appreciate you being here tonight. So I will call this meeting to order, and I will invite Councilmember Baskel to lead us in the flag salute.
Ready, salute.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Baskel.
Here.
Councilmember Bessinger.
Here.
Councilmember Moana-Tua.
Here.
Mayor Ashbeck.
I'm here.
And we have Councilmember Pierce absent today.
Thank you so much. First up are public comments. This is an opportunity for members of the public that have an item to bring to the council that is not on our agenda, but that is within our jurisdiction. I would invite you to do that now. If you'd step up to the microphone and state your name and address, and we'll be happy to hear from you. Hello.
I don't think it's on the agenda tonight. This is about the redistricting?
It is not on the
Okay.
agenda tonight.
Well, I represent a small group of Clovis residents. We met with Councilmember Mountua about a week ago, well, almost a week ago, and it's growing. What I'm finding is practically nobody in Clovis even knows this is happening. Everybody I talk to, they'd never heard of it. And, you know, when you guys wanted us to change the way we do our garbage, you sent out a notice to everybody. But this is, I think, much more important, and nobody's heard about it. And when I tell them what's happening, they get kind of upset. And I'm getting a feeling people want to do something. Now, like Eric, when he talked to you, what are you going to do? I don't know. But people just feel like we've given up way too easy. So I'm working on a letter that I want to get put out. I don't really know what I'm doing yet, so I don't know how well we're going to get this out to the people of Clovis. And I basically just wanted to give you a heads up and let you see it. This is a draft. There's going to be some changes, I'm sure. Like, I don't know the name of the company of the guy that came here, so I just put XXXXX. But I'd like to pass this out to you. I'd just give it to the secretary.
Please
Okay.
give it to the clerk. Thank you so much.
So that you kind of know where we're going.
All right. We appreciate that very much, and I love that you're doing this. And from a social media perspective, I do think the outreach, the first two meetings are more kind of just required, and this is the process. And so, but I think from there, then the meetings in January when people can come and speak would be really important. So I'm sure our communications folks will be doing more outreach about it, but I don't think you could have too much about this because you're not wrong.
Yeah, like
you're not wrong that
we don't know that we're going to be able to accomplish a thing, but
well,
we want to give it a try.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. So thank you so much for doing that. And so you probably know Chad in the back, and he runs the communication team, small but mighty team that it is. So whatever we can do to be part of the education outreach, I know we'll do that. So thanks for doing that.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Thanks
Thank
for letting
you.
us see the letter too. Thank you so much.
And Mayor, I was just going to add that our next meeting on this subject is going to be December 16th, if you wanted to come to that meeting.
And it's a rerun of what we did on November 18th.
That's correct.
Correct. So it's just the introduction to the process. But if folks, you know, I'd love to fill this chamber up with people who want to talk about it. So that would be great. Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Good evening. My name is Stephen Trevino. I live on Bullard Avenue here in Clovis. I wasn't going to say anything, but I do want to echo what the gentleman just said. I'm surprised that I haven't heard anything about it in the media. Clovis Roundup. I did mention it on there's a Facebook page called Clovis Chat, and I did mention it on that page. But I really haven't heard anything about it in the media or anything else. And I would think that you would, because this is historical, in my opinion. This is a very big event here in Clovis, and I don't know if any of you have anything planned to come out on KMJ or one of those talk shows on the radio, or if you have somebody speak Spanish, there's a program, there used to be one on Channel 21, but there needs to be more outreach out there. You know, I was surprised a couple weeks ago, just me and another gentleman sitting in the back had anything to say about this. You know, and it's really a shame. It really is. We have 140,000 people that live in the city, and only 2 people spoke up, and that's really sad, I believe. So, anyways.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
It is early in the process, but not too early to get the word out and to talk. But we've had a little bit of coverage in some of the outlets like GV Wire, but local media, we struggle a little bit with good local media anymore. So I think it's your citizens' voices that are really important. So, thank you so much. Anyone else? All right. Item 16, you need to wait till we do item 16. So if this is the time for something that's not on the agenda. Thanks for checking. All right, anybody else? We do have a couple of letters, but, both are in relation to item 17, so we have those. All right, next item is the consent calendar. These items are routine in nature. We act on them as one item unless a member of the public or the council wishes to pull an item. We do have a request to remove item number 7 from our staff and continue item number 7 till the December 16th meeting. So other than item 7, is there anything the council would like to pull from this calendar? Anyone in the audience here to speak to any consent item? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the council.
Motion to approve consent calendar items 1 through 17 with the exception of number 7. 1 through 12 with the exception of number 7. Second.
There's a motion and a second. And do you want a separate motion to continue item number 7 when we're done? Okay, all right. There's a motion and a second. To approve the consent calendar with the exception of item number 7. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 4 in favor, no one opposed, and 1 absent. Next on our agenda is Santa. But we're going to keep going until we have word that Santa's closer. So we're going to keep going. It says Christmas tree lighting ceremony. It doesn't really say Santa, but you get my drift. We'll move on to item number 13. This is consider approval of reappointment to the Consolidated Mosquito Abatement District for a term ending December 31st, 2026. John.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. Staff is recommending the reappointment of Jennifer Williams to the Consolidated Mosquito Abatement District for a 2-year term through December of 2026. Jennifer was first initially appointed at the City of Clovis representative in 2021, and again, staff is recommending the reappointment this evening. I don't see Jennifer here this evening, but she does not necessarily need to be here for the reappointment.
Thanks. Any questions? Jennifer, are you here? We still see you? No, Jennifer? All right. Thanks, John. Any questions from staff? Open to the public. Anyone wishing to comment on this item? We'll bring it back to the council.
I'll make a motion to reappoint to the Mosquito Abatement District,
Jennifer Williams.
Jennifer Williams. Term ending in December 31st, 2026.
Second.
There's a motion, a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. And even though Jennifer is not here, we thank her for her service. Our community is really driven by extraordinary staff and extraordinary volunteers, and Jennifer is one of those. So we appreciate her willingness to continue to serve on that. Next up, let's see what we're going to do here. Yeah. I think we're going to move to item number 15. We have at item number 14 that we're going to move to midnight. Sean, is that okay with you? Okay, so your last meeting, you might as well stay till like the last second. It's all great. We are going to honor our retiring Director of General Services, but I don't want it to be interrupted by Santa. So, okay, well, that's even another reason to not start now. He's not coming as Santa, is he? No, I'm just kidding. So we're going to move to item 15. We'll start this item, and if we need to take a pause and go light the Christmas tree, we'll do that. So under public hearings, the first item is consider approval of adoption of a resolution amending the 2019-2020 Community Development Block Grant Action Plan and the 2016-2020 Consolidated Plan to change the use of Community Development Block Grant Coronavirus funds from the Utilities Assistance Program and Program Administration to the Water Tower 1 Trail Expansion for the prevention of the spread of coronavirus by increasing the capacity for social distancing. And consider approval to amend the 2024-25 Community Investment Program budget for parks improvements to include the Trail Plaza improvements in the amount of $155,876. That was a lot. Staff looks like Chad and Holly.
That is a lot, and pretty much you said it all, Mayor.
I did. Thanks for coming.
So basically, thank you for the introduction. My name is Chad McCollum, Economic Development, Housing, and Communications Director, and Holly?
My name's Holly Greathouse, Staff Analyst in the Housing Department.
So basically, we are talking about utilizing some funds that had been set aside for the use of folks who had been impacted by the coronavirus for the utility payments that perhaps they had missed because of missing work, having to care for family members. Those monies had been set aside that the city could use them for this purpose. We've now moved 3 years past the coronavirus, and those funds are now available for us to do other things because the demand just is not there. It's very difficult for us to now tie back issues that are coronavirus impacts with people that need the funds. So I'm going to skip ahead here a little bit and talk just about what we're doing with these funds. There's $155,000 that we had set aside to assist people for the coronavirus mitigation. And because that use is no longer needed for utility payments, we now have that money available to use it for other things. We worked with our partners, and we were able to, both with our local other departments and our HUD partners, figure out that we could use these monies for mitigation of coronavirus in other ways. And the ways that we were approved to use this is a project that we wanted to work on and has been in the works for a long time, and that is improving the Old Town Trail. And the location is right there at 5th, and it's, if you picture the water tower parking lot and the trail that begins right there between Clark and the pump house where the water tower is, we have the ability to expand the trail and utilize these funds to provide an outdoor space for people. This is the area right now that you can see. It's quite congested, it's kind of unsightly, and as people bike and jog along it, they don't have anywhere to really sit and enjoy themselves. So with these funds that we already have in our coffers, and we either use it or lose it, this is what the project will look like when completed. It will have a seating space. It will have some lighting for safety, trash enclosures, and some new sidewalk pavers as well. So this is a project that we're working with our Planning Development Services and our Public Utilities team with, and we will be able to kick this off in short order once approved. So this process of us coming to council is to discuss and seek approval for the alternative use of these funds. And this is a project that I think will serve the public very well. And we are recommending the approval of the reallocation of these funds from the Emergency Utilities Assistance and Program Administration to the CIP Water Tower Plaza at Old Town Trail improvements. And that is our presentation, and we stand by for questions.
Thanks, Chad and Holly. Questions for staff?
I guess I want to ask you directly, Holly, is this the greatest need of the neediest community meaning the neediest census tracts within Clovis, a trail improvement. I mean, is there nothing else that we can do, even maybe more in the Southwest? I know this qualifies per the rules, but is there nothing else? Because we were helping people pay utility bills, and I know there was only one this last year, but is this the extent of what Clovis can think of with $155,000 to help the neediest in the community? I know there's a lot of little requirements and linking to CDBG, but I'm just going, tell me, this, yes, council, this is the best thing we can do. I just want to hear that. And if you can say that, then it'll help me.
As far as using the funds in a timely manner, because we only have, I believe, until July 1, 2026 to expend the funding, which means finish the project, do the draw from HUD. We brainstormed with our PDF, CIP department, public utilities. This seemed to be the best use of the funds in a timely manner to be able to use the funds rather than have to return them to the government. As far as it serving low-income census tracts, it does serve two, based on the placement. The overall idea is that, excuse me, the opening up of that area will allow, hopefully, the mitigation of the coronavirus by allowing people to spread out a little bit as they're moving through the trail, so not to be so in such close contact with each other. So it does meet the requirement. There are quite a few requirements that HUD has as far as the coronavirus CDBG funds. So that was another factor in our decision to choose this project.
And so of the CIP projects, whether it's an alley, you know, whatever it is in the South, and I keep thinking it must be something more we can do it down on the trails on the canal banks. And I just struggle to go, this is it, right here. Is the public going to go there? You know, in Old Town? And that's I struggle with that, and I'm relying on you because you work in this program, and I want to make sure that, you know, what's being brought forth is really something we can put a stamp behind. I just want to make sure of that. So
I understand. We did take it to our Citizens Advisory Committee as well, and they also recommended that we use the funds in these ways, in this way. As far as it being the absolute neediest spot in Clovis, I'm not sure I could say that right now. I could definitely look into that further, and we could regroup and see if there's something else that we could do with that money.
Can I jump in? To follow that, can you tell us the criteria? It's a little bit jarring just to go back to like social distancing, to allow better social distancing, that seems like a lifetime ago, right? But what are the criteria in this COVID money broadly?
So the challenge is it needs to be in a public space.
Public space.
And it needs to be a tie-in to coronavirus.
So how, like
and
what?
And it needs to be in a census tract that is designated as deserving in need.
So,
and the nexus there, of course, you know, I think you're about to ask, how is it supposed to help coronavirus 3 years after the pandemic has peaked? That is part of the challenge. So there were other options that were presented to our committee, including water fountains and public spaces where people could use a water bottle as opposed to using a drinking fountain, that sort of thing. But creating an open air space was one of the items that were allowable of these funds.
So, I can understand a place for people to get exercise and to go outside if you can't go outside during a pandemic. I get that. But to Vong's point, any improvements at the Peach and Ashland park and trail that we opened there, for example, or can you use it to make another section of a trail in the Southwest more accessible. Those would also meet the criteria of public space, outside, don't breathe on each other. So there, is that, I mean, am I on the right?
It is a complicated thing to try to wrap your head around, and we've grasped at straws trying to figure out the best use.
Yeah.
This is a project that's been on the to-do list for quite a while. This is not something that we came up with. We worked with CIP to try to figure out what could we use these funds, knowing they had to be spent by this time period. And this was a project that was recommended and was on our list of things to do and fit with this criteria that we had money for. Well, it sounds like a lot of money. It really isn't. To be able to do an alley or other projects, it might do pieces of. But this was an opportunity to improve a public space near that middle school that's widely used and next to the trail. So it hit a lot of the buttons. Maybe not perfect, but certainly one that we're hopeful will be appreciated by the school, family members, and people that live there. It'll open it up, and I'm not sure how this will get done otherwise.
I keep thinking about the rec area. You know, even if it's lighting, whatever we can do there, and it seems to be always neglected. I mean, I was talking to our assistant city manager. We require businesses to have trash enclosure, yet our rec area has no trash enclosure. It's just dumpsters. Every time I took my son out there, dogs were going through. So the little things like that can just improve that area. So I go, okay, it's part of the trail. This is the biggest need. You know, it looks nice. It's good. But I keep thinking, you know, that trail area down there can really use some help, and then lighting to make it where people who use our rec center at night. I mean, there's a lot of people who use it, and it's even, people don't even know it's there, but if we can improve it. But, you know, I know it's tough, but I just want to see, I wanted to see something much more substantial other than something in an area where people aren't looking at that trail or that area and going, but there's a need, you know, because we don't receive those calls. We receive calls in the other area. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Matt?
I think I have some concerns as well, but from a safety standpoint, putting a pedestrian stopping area on Fifth Street, on a very busy street as it is, with a crosswalk there that, you know, I know we want to utilize the trail, but having people stop in that general direction and have more of an area where people congregate when there's already high traffic volume between the school and Fifth Street, I think is kind of I don't know, maybe creates a little danger. And then also the other thought on that is the exposure to the pump house. You know, right now it's fenced off for a reason, but this rendering took all that away and just made it kind of an open space. I'd be more concerned about particular issues and stuff occurring with the pump house as well. You know, there's not really any safety measures around that, and that's kind of a vital piece of equipment and building there. So I do agree with what Vong has brought up as well in the aspect of projects of $155,000 is a lot of money, and sometimes we get into that. You know, well, we just have to, we have to build something before we lose the money. I don't always know if that's the best approach either. I appreciate this project. I just don't know. I don't know. I just don't know if it's the best fit for what we're trying to do too. So that's my thought on it.
And on that note, can you say quickly, or you want to wait till after the Christmas tree lighting? We're going to adjourn.
Very quickly.
Okay.
I agree with my colleagues. I think this is a shovel-ready project, and it's the easiest thing to do. I just don't know that it's the best option, and I would like to recommend that we kick the can for 1 month and see if we can come up with an alternative site. I'm looking at locations inside the Stanford Edition, which I think is a more needy location, but I think this is also a great idea.
Hearing you loud and clear. We can go back to the drawing board is what we'll do. We need to check to see what our deadlines are, and we'll work with those, but we understand what you're saying, and we'll get back to work on it.
So is there anyone here from the public that's gonna comment on this? Do you wanna wait till after the Christmas tree lighting? Can you wait for, okay. All right, 'cause you know, if Santa showed up and we weren't there, wouldn't be good. So we're gonna take a brief recess. We're gonna go outside, check if Santa's on his way, as the song goes, and we'll be back as soon as Santa makes his appearance. Right, we will reconvene. I'll just say that the fun level goes down after Santa, but we'll do our best to, do our business up here. So let us return to the conversation of this particular item, and I think we didn't take an action. We were just still talking about other options, or maybe you can bring it back. So is there any other, council comment on it?
Chair, when is the, kind of the timeline? Because I don't want to push it to where if we delay it, you also don't get, to expend the funds, but if you feel like there is something, we do want to see something more in the census tracts that we are thinking about.
So the money needs to be expended by July of '26, and, you know, a lot needs to happen between now and then, but we're still within the time frame. We're joined by Claudia Cesares, who knows more about this than I do, and can certainly fill in some of the blanks.
My apologies for not being here sooner. Like was mentioned, it has to be extended by July 1st, 2026. That's 6 years after the initial CARES Act was provided. And I believe we still have enough time if within the next couple of months, CIP engineering staff and housing staff get together and put forth a couple of different projects that may feel closer to what City Council has been suggesting, especially in our lower income neighborhoods. I do know that I'm 99.9% sure that the rec center is not in a census tract eligible area, but there are many other census tracts that are eligible. So there was a couple of projects that were put forth in the Ashland and Peach area that didn't qualify as meeting the need of the coronavirus need, which is expanding areas so that people interact less and spread the coronavirus less. But with that said, I think that there's an ability for us to come back maybe with 2 or 3 projects, and then council could give us the thumbs up on which project you would prefer.
Can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
Behind Letterman Park, there's a creek bank, and the connectivity, especially for the seniors who live in the mobile home park, and all of the residents who live in the apartment complexes in that area, it might be helpful to connect them. A lot of seniors in the mobile home parks have dogs. They could walk them over to the Letterman dog park, and it would be a safer route for them. So that might be something you kick and see if that kick the tires on it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, I can't recall if I opened the public portion, but I'll pretend I did not. So let me open the public portion. Mr. Trevino, I know you wanted to comment. Thank you for waiting. So let me open the public portion on this particular item and welcome your thoughts.
Yeah, my name's Steven Trevino. I live on Bullard Avenue. The project, it sounds good, but about 2.5 years ago, I started walking from my house to downtown Clovis, and I noticed that this whole area, from the police station all the way to the old high school here, was dark. And one of the reasons why was because of the trees. There's lights, but the trees block the lights. And I was going to suggest that the city of Clovis put some lights along where the Clovis Library is at, along where the Civic Center, so that people can see it at night, because you get a lot of joggers and walkers. And the area right there where they're speaking of, it's also dark. I've mailed a few emails to Mr. Holt and also tweets to the Clovis Police, because even the area by the Clovis Police area was dark. But what I wanted to suggest, if I may, was there's a piece of dirt on Fowler Avenue by the alley between Clovis Avenue, between Bullard and 5th Street, and the students at in the afternoon, they're right there in that corner, and if we could give them some space to walk around in that area by the market, that would be nice. In addition, they're building 2 what do you call them? The little houses that that you build. Well, this gentleman has just built 2 of them in the alley between Fowler and Wren, and it's ugly. I walk by there once in a while, and if we could do something to beautify the alleys, because I think with time, more people are going to start building those I'm sorry, what do you call those?
I think it's called tiny houses or cottages,
cottages.
yeah.
And then another suggestion was, I hate to beat a dead horse, but that little area that I'm always talking about right here, if we could do something to fix that up some, that would be nice also.
That's where I thought you were gonna start. That's where I thought
Yeah.
you would start tonight.
Yeah, I would leave the best for the last.
Yeah, that's a good, those are all good ideas. Thank you so much
Okay.
for your comments. Staff will note those and check that out. Anyone else wishing to comment on this item? All right, we'll bring it back to the council. What is your pleasure? Or a motion, I assume, to continue this item to a date uncertain, or do you want a certain date? Uncertain?
Motion to continue this item to a date uncertain in 2025.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4 in favor, no one opposed, and 1 absent. All right, now, hold on a minute. Is Shauna anywhere to be found? You know, you're hiding always behind that thing. All right, so we're gonna go back up to item 14. Is that right, John? Is that where we're gonna go now? All right. Your family's here and accounted for? All right. So we're gonna go back up for the moment to, presentations and proclamations, and tonight we are, happy and, bittersweet to make these proclamations to, our General Services Director, Shauna Halterman, upon her retirement and commending her for 30 years of service to the city of Clovis. So the way this is going to go is I'm going to read the proclamation, and then I think Amy's going to present to you a plaque for your wall, suitable for framing. It's already framed. You're good. And we have another gift from John, and then we'll get to roast you a bit, okay? Or honor you, depending on the verb you choose. But I will start with the privilege of having worked with you the longest up here. Let me start this. So this is a proclamation honoring Shauna Halterman for nearly 30 years of service to the city of Clovis. Whereas Shauna Halterman has devoted nearly 30 years of exceptional service to the city of Clovis, demonstrating unwavering dedication and leadership throughout her career. Are you going to cry? I'm going to cry too, so let's try to not look at Jim. Don't look at Shauna. Look over here. I don't want to cry. Whereas Shauna began her tenure with the city in 1995 as an administrative aide at the Clovis Senior Center and quickly advanced, serving as transit supervisor, general services manager, and ultimately being appointed director of general services in 2017. And whereas Shauna has been instrumental in overseeing critical city divisions, including personnel, risk management, facilities maintenance, purchasing, public transit, recreation and senior services, ensuring their continued success and impeccable service to our community. Whereas after graduating from Fresno State with a degree in communication, Shauna earned her master's degree in public administration in 2006 and has gone on to earn several professional certificates exemplifying her commitment to both personal and professional growth. And whereas Shauna played a key role in the development of Landmark Square, a transformative project that will serve the Clovis community for generations to come, showcasing her vision and dedication to progress. It doesn't say this, and your sketching skills on the back of a napkin to help design that building. And whereas Shauna's leadership, professionalism, and passion for the Clovis way of life have left an enduring legacy, enriching the lives of countless residents and setting a high standard of excellence for city service. And whereas Shauna will enjoy her retirement with her husband, Lee, her dog and hiking partner, Haru, I say that right? And her 3 adult sons who follow the dog. I love that. The dog first, and then the 3 adult sons, Scott, Brett, and Garrett. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Clovis, does recognize and honor Shauna Halterman for nearly 3 decades of dedicated service and leadership, expressing our sincere appreciation for your numerous contributions to the city and our residents. The City of Clovis extends its warmest wishes to Shauna for a happy, fulfilling, and well-earned retirement. And it is signed today by all of us. So, congratulations, Shauna.
Thank you.
Yeah. So before we ask you to say something, we're going to talk first, but first Amy's going to talk. There she is. Are you going to cry?
I'm gonna present this to her.
Are you going to cry?
No, because I'm not gonna look at her.
Okay, I didn't look at her either. That's kind of how I did it too.
I'm not gonna
It's a
look
good
at
idea.
her.
It's a good technique.
It's my pleasure tonight to present, my boss and mentor a plaque, which it's a beautiful plaque, everyone, but it certainly doesn't encapsulate everything that, everything that she's done. I realized today I've probably spoken to this woman every weekday for the past 16 years. So that's gonna be tough, breaking that habit. So, just going through, you touched a little bit on Shauna's tenure here, but it is something when someone, moves from an administrative aide all the way up to a department head, and Shauna did that. So, starting in January 3rd of 1995, can everyone remember where they were in 95? Shauna began as an administrative aide, and then moved to transit supervisor, in September of 99 and left quite a legacy there. I was a transit supervisor. We have 2 transit supervisors here also, so you prepped us well. And then became general services manager in October of 2007, and then general services director when Robert Ford retired in 2017. And the plaque says, in appreciation for dedicated service to the citizens of the city of Clovis, but really, Shauna, we all want to thank you for your service to us as a team, as a crew, all your colleagues and coworkers. You will be dearly missed. So congratulations on your retirement. Congratulations on your retirement. All right. Are you two going to cry? Okay. Oh, gosh. Don't look at her then. Don't look over here. I have tissue. Huh?
I'll just make a few quick comments. I've worked with Shauna for the past 25 years. I'm going to say I worked for Shauna for the past 25 years. But Shauna is the type of employee that you can ask her to get something done, and, you know, it's going to get done. You don't have to worry about following up on it. Whether it be the coming up with trails in May every year, Baker to Vegas. Personally speaking, about 5 years ago, I was in a department head meeting and I wasn't sounding good, and Mom told me to get my butt to the doctor, and I went to the doctor, and I had pneumonia. And so I was gone for a week or so, but she called me on it, and I followed up, and it was really important to me. I want to thank you for everything that you've done for the city, and I'm truly going to miss you. Thank you for all you do.
Okay, so this is a pretty sad thing to see Shauna departing the city of Clovis as another department that works with her a lot. We got a lot of stuff done. Got to clean the trail a lot from Shauna's use of it, which is great. And she's been nothing but a really good partner in the Public Utilities Department and Facilities Maintenance. That they hang out with us right there in the same building and stuff. So we're really close, and it was really good to work with Shauna throughout the years. And it is my pleasure and honor to provide Shauna her sign. Hold it while you want to open it. Don't cut yourself.
She knows how to file for workers' comp if she hurts herself.
Yeah.
Oh,
30 years.
30 years. That's awesome. Beautiful. All right. Thank you all. Now, can we say something about you, and would you like to talk next, or we can talk about you first?
You guys can go first.
Okay, we'll go first. So, Drew.
Shauna, you are a shining example of how Clovis hires exceptional people and gives them the opportunity to improve themselves and do even greater things. You rose from an executive assistant all the way to a department head, and that's quite a journey. And your reputation amongst your peers, having worked for the city for 22 years, was exceptional. You're kind yet tough, and that's an important character trait. Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you, Drew. Thanks, Shauna. Matt?
I just want to congratulate you. I know you've done a great job all these years working for the city, and it was an honor to work with you. I'm looking forward to you coming back and helping Amy with negotiations this next year. That's, no?
What was that?
That's not going to happen? Okay. Well, anyways, but congratulations on a great career, and I really appreciate everything you've done. I especially appreciate our friendship over the years. So
Thanks, Matt.
good luck to you.
Me too.
Well, I want to agree with Councilman Bessinger in that you are firm, but yet very kind. And I think even with us in your explanation of sort of the issues that we face, you're just a consummate professional. It says in here, you're a professional all the way through. And the last thing I want to say is, I think I'm going to use a Bible verse because I think you're a woman of faith. Charm is deceitful, beauty is vain, but a woman who fears the Lord, she shall be praised. And I think that has exemplified your life and your service in these 30 years, whether it's in the community, on the boards that you sit on with the Salvation Army, or in whatever you do here. So you deserve that praise because you know your God and you fear your God, and you served us that way. So thank you.
Thanks, Paul. And I just will add a couple things. When I think about the work you do, it is work that most people in our city don't see, but they would certainly know if it wasn't occurring, from personnel to risk to all the things that you do. But more than what you've done, what I'm pretty sentimental about is how you've done it. The stuff we do in Clovis is really the stuff of any city, but it's how we do it that is unique. And I don't think we can overstate the significance of you taking 30 years of that experience and that culture and why Clovis is unique out the door. Now, you've done an extraordinary job leaving folks like Amy and Bethany and all of your team to carry it on, which is really probably the greatest gift you can leave behind as a leader. But your heart for this community and for Harry and all the folks that have come before us is why you are special. The work is extraordinary, but the heart and the legacy that you leave behind is really unmatched. So with that, we do wish you the very best. I will miss your Alaska travelogue, so I'll take any other future travelogues that you might do. But I just don't think we can overstate the difference that you have made and the impact that will be felt for a long time, including the napkin sketch of the Senior Center. So we are grateful that you have chosen to devote 30 years here, and wherever your path takes you with Haru and anyone else from your family that wants to tag along, know that you are always loved here, and welcome back anytime, because Monday nights, soon to be Tuesday, because I know that's such a great idea, but no, I'm just kidding. Welcome back anytime. We'd love to see you. So congratulations to you and to your family for sharing you with us for all these Monday nights over a very long career. So thank you so much, our dear friend Shauna. Now, would you like to say something?
Yeah, there's no chance I'm going to get through this without crying,
Okay.
but yeah, I do have a few things prepared.
Okay.
It's been said that the days are long, but the years are short, and that's true. 30 years just went by quicker than you could imagine. I'm immensely proud of the work that we have done, especially the completion of the new senior center and the transit hub. These projects, along with many others throughout the years, have provided me with an opportunity to work with staff from every department, and collectively we work as a team. Together we've left a positive and indelible mark on the city and the community as a whole. To my fellow department heads and city manager, both past and present, thank you for your unwavering dedication, your friendship, and your passion for doing the right thing. To city council members, current and past, thank you for your support of myself and your trust in all city staff. We feel respected and valued, which is much appreciated, and having spent time in other cities, it's not always the case. To the many community groups and city supporters, thank you for always being there when we call. You support and uphold the Clovis way of life and help make it a better place. To my staff in all three general services divisions, whether it's personnel, assisting employees with a helpful smile, transit drivers improving the lives of a person with a disability, senior center staff creating new fun programs for our seniors, facilities maintenance staff ensuring that the buildings are safe, the air conditioning works in the summer, and all those Christmas decorations were put up. Our activities in the rec center that are provided by our recreation staff. You are the rock, and you are the lifeblood of the city and general services. It couldn't be done without you. You have all embodied the general services motto of, we exist to assist. I leave you in the very capable hands of the general services management staff, especially our superior leaders, Lori, Stephen, and my work wife, Amy. Also, thank you to my parents who provided me with a solid foundation, a strong work ethic, and the importance of the good values of responsibility, courage, independence, honesty, and kindness. And finally, to my husband, Lee, and 3 sons, Scott, Brett, and Garrett. Lee and Garrett are here, over there. Thank you for your patience, understanding, and support. Even though you've had to order many pizzas as I worked late, know that you have always been and will continue to be my top priority. I love you all. I've spent more than half of my life working with the amazing people at the city of Clovis. I take with me the lessons I've learned, the relationships I've built, and the memories we created. Thank you for the privilege of serving alongside you. It has truly been my honor. Thanks. Thank you.
Congratulations, Shauna. We will miss you. You can stay till the end if you want of this meeting, because I'd hate for you to miss out on your last council meeting. All right. Are you okay? Right, and you have to do it in front of her. Man, oh man. She cuts herself on the sign, you break your neck. It's great. It's great. We're off to great start. Amy, what do you know about workers' comp? We almost have a claim. You were tripped by the fire chief? It's going downhill, isn't it? All right. Thank you all for helping us celebrate Shauna tonight. All right, item number 16, we were really out of order. Now we're going back in order. Item number 16, which I think is an item you all asked about earlier today, is to conduct a Proposition 218 public hearing and majority protest vote to implement a water meter installation fee to unmetered parcels in Tarpey Village and consider approval of the resolution of the City Council of the City of Clovis authorizing a water meter installation fee. Paul.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'm going to hand this off to Kevin Tuttle, who's the supervising civil engineer for public utilities. He's really been leading the efforts of this project, and then he'll go through a brief presentation. We'll both be available for questions, and then we'll ask that you open up the public hearing.
Thank you, Paul. So as was mentioned, we're here to really request council to open the Proposition 218 public hearing and majority protest vote to implement a water meter installation fee to the unmetered parcels in Tarpey Village, and then consider approval of a resolution of the City Council of the City of Clovis authorizing a water meter installation fee. So a brief reminder, if you remember back about a month and a half ago, we were here and we talked about California Assembly Bill 2572, and what this bill did is it amended Water Code Section 527, and it really required two things of us as a water agency, and that was to first install water meters on all municipal and industrial service connections located within our service area, and that had to be done before January 1st, 2025. And the second was to charge each customer that had those service connections based on their actual consumption through their water meter. Now, as part of this water meter installation program, really this dates back to 2004 when that state deadline was imposed, and residents have been notified over the years, and most recently in November of 2022 via specific letter talking about the impending deadline. Residents are notified each billing cycle of their unmetered status, and that occurs in a little pamphlet that's included as part of their water bill. And additionally, staff have attended two Tarpey meetings, first on August 12th and again on September 9th, to discuss with residents the upcoming installation and the impending fee. The city has provided water meter installation services at our cost since 1991, actually, and the last update was $980, and typically that's amortized over 2 years interest-free as a service to the customer. So as was mentioned, there is a project that is ongoing to meet the deadline. There are about 1,354 Tarpey water services. To date, about 1,019 of those have had meters installed, and that leaves 334 remaining. After the first update, 11 customers approached the city and requested their meter install be done, and that leaves about 323 that ultimately receive the Prop 218 notice. So the project is ongoing. West Valley Construction was the low bidder, and we entered into a contract with them to complete the water meter installations in Tarpey Village. Thus far, we have encountered significant hurdles as a part of the process, and that includes denial of access, where we've been told by residents that we couldn't enter their property. We've had challenging field conditions. If you note there on the bottom right, you can see there's kind of a lot of pipes, fairly convoluted, and our staff and the construction staff are required to work around that. And we've had unresponsive residents where we approach the home and no one answers for any various reasons, and then we have to work around those schedules. So that's been a little bit of a challenge as part of this process. But really, the project overall is unaffected by the Prop 218 hearing. As I mentioned, this is a state law that we're required to comply with. The Prop 218 is just a mechanism to recover the cost to the city to install these meters. And the metered rates will go into effect in January or February of 2025. So what we're here for is the Proposition 218 hearing. Water Code Section 527B provides that we can recover the cost of providing services related to the purchase, installation, and operation of a water meter from rates, fees, or charges. In compliance with Proposition 218, public notices were mailed out to customers on October 16th. And the way the 218 works is if 50% plus one of the total number of unmetered properties in Tarpey protest the fee cannot go into effect. There are 323 services effective, so really 162, and we call it a vote there, but really it's a majority, it's a protest. There has to be a written protest. There's a certain criteria that has to be met for the protest to be counted, so we call it a vote, but it's a protest notice. And 162 of those have to be submitted in order to overturn the fee. So the next steps, regardless of the outcome tonight, the metered rates will go into effect into February 2025, and that's to comply with AB 2572. The Tarpey Village meter installation we anticipate will be completed in December or early January of next year. And as I mentioned, this is to meet the compliance of AB 2572. With the successful Prop 218 hearing, the cost of the installation is recovered for the city, and the fees will be implemented in 2025. So with that, staff is available for questions, and as Paul mentioned, we would request that if no questions, we would open the 218 hearing.
Kevin, just so that I'm clear where we are in the timeline, this is the opening of the hearing, but there's no, I don't want to say ballot, but it goes with the word vote. So we don't have anything to count yet, is that correct? So this is opening that hearing to allow people to weigh in?
Yes, so there are two ways that a member of the public could protest. They could submit a written protest ahead of time, and I believe Brianna, our city clerk, has some votes already or some protest notices already.
And they could come here?
Correct. And then as part of this hearing, members of the public can also submit a written protest now, once we open the hearing.
So at the conclusion of the hearing tonight, are we then going to count, we'll stay in the vote theme, count the protest letters and anybody in the audience who's coming to comment on it, and then decide moving forward or not? Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. I wasn't quite sure where we were in the timeline. Okay, thanks. Any questions for staff, Drew?
In the event that a water user denies access, what are our options?
So we do have a public utility easement for the water lines, and that includes the service connection. So we would be able to gain access. Ideally, we would be granted access by the member of the public. If they denied access, there are other means such as going with PD, or, you know, we could get a court order if that was required.
In the event that a homeowner says, no, I don't acquiesce to this, it won't happen, do we have the mechanism to recover any city attorney fees that we as a city incur because of their intransigence on this issue?
I think I would defer that to our city attorney.
Yeah, council member, we could. If we're required to go to court to seek some sort of court order to gain access to the property, we can recover under the existing city's municipal code, and also state law would allow us to do that.
I guess from my perspective, we're offering a meter at cost with 2 years, no interest, and if somebody refuses, I'm more than willing to drop the hammer on them, and they can pay us for that and for whatever fees that we are owed for having to go over and above to offer them City of Clovis water. That's all I have.
Other comments? Long?
When was the time frame from 334 to 323? When did we kind of, because it was only 11, right, that converted in that time. What was that time frame? How many months, how many weeks, how many?
That was about a week or 2 weeks. That was after our first meeting with the Tarpey Village residents. So we had a meeting with the residents, and that was posted on social media. And we invited any residents that wanted any additional information regarding the project and the impending, fee to come out and just offer a public forum. And then after that, subsequent to that meeting, we did offer a period where residents could sign up at kind of the last minute, but we felt that was the right thing to do to allow that period. And as I mentioned, we had 11 additional residents come in and sign up for that.
So that was after the August 12th meeting then?
Yes.
Okay, and then after the September 9th, no one else signed up?
I do not believe
Because
so.
the numbers stayed the same?
Yeah, numbers stayed the same.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. All right, anything else for staff? So I will open the public hearing now, yes?
Yes.
And ask anyone in the audience who is here to speak to this item, either to submit a protest vote or questions about the Prop 218 hearing. I would invite you to do that now. If you want to come up here, if you could state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I could add, just for the record, a written protest is required, ultimately, is what the city council is required to have, is a written protest. So verbal protests are fine, but a written protest is what is required under Prop 218 for the city council. If there were sufficient written protests submitted, then the city council would be prohibited from approving the fee. Oral protests, you can certainly consider them, but a written protest is what's needed. So if anyone has written protests, you'll need to submit those before the close of the public hearing to be officially counted.
So my name is Liliana. I am a resident of the Tarpey Village, on Perry Way, actually. We did submit our written protest. One thing I really wanted the council to really take into consideration is the current economic state that a lot of your constituents are in right now. A lot of us cannot afford a $1,500 fee to be added on, whether or not it is interest-free or broken up over payments. Another concern I have is regarding these water meters. If they are smart meters, what information of ours is being shared with the public or other third-party services? The biggest issue I've seen with this, the hearing and the notification going out to residents, there are a lot of residents that do not speak English. Bills are in English, the notices are in English, and a lot of us do not have social media. Many of the Tarpey residents are not aware that there is a social media page, and that was actually, this is our first time hearing that it's available. We would like the city to consider the opportunity of delaying this hearing to give residents the chance to convene together and help spread the word for themselves, for their community, so that we can get more representatives here, have an opportunity for more people to submit their protests, because by word of mouth and talking to our neighbors, there are a lot of us opposed to it, but we do not understand the process of submitting that the denial that, that we don't want this to go forward, or we don't want to take on the cost. We actually did witness several residents that actually came to City Hall asking where they can submit it. They weren't really given information in their language, or they weren't told, hey, you can submit a written protest today. These are the items that need to be on that protest. So I would really like the council to consider delaying this matter so that we as a public have a proper opportunity to inform our community members, and so that we can all consider if this is an economic burden that we can accept.
Thank you for those comments. Appreciate it. Thank you. But you did submit a written protest already? Okay, thank you. Anyone else here to comment on this item or have a written protest to provide to the city clerk? All right, seeing none, I'll close the public portion. Now, so I think there's a question about, I think your comments are important, and language is important, and access and all of that. So thank you for those. I don't know if we have any leeway to consider that, to extend this for 30 days. If anybody wants to do that, I'm just trying to get a sense of what's our legal requirement, if we would choose to go in that direction or not.
So I believe we met the legal requirement for the Proposition 218 noticing and hearing. It would just be a question now of council's approval, or the majority protests and how many protests we receive, and then, if not, council's approval of the resolution.
So I guess I'm just inquiring. So to the point about additional time to have a public meeting in Spanish or other languages that are spoken, or I do see that the document in here, which is in English and really tiny little type. I mean, if we, to attend to any of those issues, do we have the option to delay this vote 30 days, or does it have to be today, or I'm trying to get a sense about that.
Yeah, I can speak to that. So, as Kevin mentioned, we've complied with the legal requirement, and just so you know, the notice in the packet is actually condensed, so it would fit on one page. It was actually, I think, 4 or 5 pages, front and back. So
that's good, because it's unreadable right now.
It was 12-point font and all that stuff, so it was not small print for the residents. They received the notice at least 45 days in advance, so there's been sufficient time as required.
In English only?
Was it English and Spanish, or was it just English?
I think it was just English.
Okay. Again, that's the legal requirement, so we met the legal requirement there. We also went above the legal requirement in conducting the 2 meetings in August and September. That's not required, but staff felt it was important to have those meetings and allow them the opportunity and provide more information. So I would say we've met the legal requirement. The public hearing is closed, so whether or not you continue the matter, it wouldn't allow them additional time to gather a following to successfully protest the vote or to successfully protest the fee. The hearing is closed as of now. You closed the hearing a few minutes ago, so there wouldn't be any opportunity to submit written protest, even if you continued it 30 days or not. So you're legally authorized now, assuming that we don't have 162 written protests, that we haven't received those, you're legally authorized to approve the fee tonight.
Okay. So, council, what is your pleasure on this?
I was going to say, I am concerned that it wasn't given out in Spanish to the residents in the neighborhood, especially since it's been brought to our attention. I think that anytime we're giving communications, especially when it comes to things like this, we should be looking at all languages to provide to neighborhoods. So I do have a concern with that. My other issue, and I don't know if this is something that can come into play, are there grant funds available to help pay for the cost of things like this for people with hardships?
We've tried over the years. Again, this has been in place since 2004, so for the last 20 years, we've tried several avenues to get grants, and we've been unsuccessful. And just a reminder, out of the 1,300 residents, there have been over 1,000 that have voluntarily signed up and paid for the fee. What we've seen is typically when a customer has gone from an unmetered rate to a metered rate, their monthly charge, especially during the winter months, is actually less. And so when we had the first 2 public hearing, or first residential meetings, there were several residents who spoke in favor who have already paid to have a meter installed, saying that this is the way to go. We've seen a savings in this because they're more water conscious than what they're using.
Even considering the prorated cost of the meter over time, still is less?
Yeah.
Thanks. Drew?
I would be open to, because we're giving a 2-year interest-free.
There's two different fees. One that's $980 because there's work that's already been taken place, had already taken place, and so that's $980 over 2 years. And then the $1490 fee, what we did, being cognizant of the times, is we spread that over 3 years to try to keep that monthly rate the same. So the $1490 rate, which is predominantly most of the residents that are going to be affected by this fee, are at 3 years, no interest.
Okay, so it's 3 years?
Yes.
Okay, because I was going to suggest extending an additional year, but if we're already doing that.
We took that into consideration.
All of the water users in the city pay all the same for the water they get. And I don't know that it's acceptable for people, and please forgive me, people who are not residents of the city of Clovis to put a financial burden on all of the users in our system. I think we need to be reasonable. I think in the future, we really need to make sure that we put out Spanish and potentially even Hmong or one of the Southeast Asian languages. It's the right thing to do, especially for older folks who, and I know a lot of people who have been in the country for 60 years and their English is not great because it's not what they speak at home. I get that. So in the future, I think we could do a better job of that. But I think this has been a long time coming, and I think it just needs to happen.
Hey, Paul, from 2004 to 2024, how many times have we noticed the residents? Just roughly, I mean, rough estimate.
I mean, every bill that goes out, which is every 2 months,
Yeah.
notes on there whether they're metered or not. But in addition to that, we've sent out separate notices, about the city's program of offering, at-cost meter installation. I don't have an exact number. I mean, a dozen times probably the last 20 years.
And so we've been doing that consistently to
it's been several times.
to every home that has been affected since 2004.
Yeah, we've always encouraged residents to install meter.
Okay. And so because of the deadline, that's why we are trying to just meet this requirement that the state mandated on us with no funds to help any of the residents that they are mandating this on, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then, what's the consequence to us if these 323 homes are not metered by January 1st?
I think we'd be at risk at losing future grant funding opportunities through the State Water Board. So they would hold us in a,
Yeah, that's correct. So essentially, it would be, we have other documents like an urban water management plan that's required to be passed. And if you don't pass these documents, then they can withhold grant funding or deny grant funding. And this would fall under a similar category where the state could deny future grant funding for projects because we're not compliant with the law.
And those grant funds are in the millions, I would assume, or just hundreds of thousands? Depends.
It would depend on the project, but yeah, it could absolutely be in the millions depending on the project that we were trying to get grant funding for.
Okay. And then is there an audit, or is it just self-reporting if these meters are not installed? Is it, does the state come and audit us, or do we have to self-report that they are still?
Every year, we have an annual report that's due to the state that we self-report how many services we have unmetered. So we've been doing that since 2004. Every year, we report how many unmetered services we have. And just a reminder, all meters in the city of Clovis itself are metered. It's just these and the Tarpey residents.
And then should we pass it this evening, will they all be installed by January 1st?
That is the goal. The contractor was on schedule. They ran into a couple hurdles. There could be a handful, but 95% of them should be installed.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? All right, thank you so much. So with that, I assume I'm now going to call for the reporting out on the protest votes? Yes?
Yes, Mayor. The city has received a total of 11 written protests.
So that is below the threshold, so the Prop 218 hearing is successful, yeah? Okay.
Well, yeah,
I mean, I don't have a document that tells me the right words,
there is
but
not a majority protest.
there's not a majority protest.
So the council is authorized to approve the fee if that's what you wish to do.
Okay, all right. All right, so with that, I think the council, we can take action as, in our staff, on the agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution of the city council authorizing a water meter installation fee.
Second.
There's a motion, a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4 in favor, no opposed, and 1 absent. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your comments, and we will do a better job in the future of communicating in more than English, for sure. So staff, as you do that outreach, I think that's super important. Thank you for being here tonight. All right, our last item tonight is an administrative item. To consider various requests from Wilson Homes regarding tract map 6205, a 580-lot subdivision located at the northeast corner of Sunnyside and Shepherd Avenues. There are 4 items underneath here for requests. to allow for a deviation from city policy regarding reimbursements within Street Area 1, as requested by Wilson Homes. Deny the request to deviate from city policy regarding reimbursements of sewer major facility improvements, as requested. Deny the request to deviate from city policy regarding reimbursements of water major facility improvements, as requested. And finally, to deny their request to deviate from the city's municipal code and allow for the deferment of the water supply fee as requested by Wilson Homes. And we have two letters of correspondence, both from Wilson Homes. So with that, Renee and Thad.
Mayor, I wanted to make a couple opening comments, if you don't mind. And
Sure.
this is related to development impact fees, and it goes back to the August approval of the development impact fees and the direction from council to come back within 120 days. We're currently scheduled to bring that item back before City Council on 2 weeks from tonight on December 16th. And majority, or at least a good portion of the discussion that's going to take place tonight is going to be carried forward to the discussion of the 12/16 meeting. So I wanted to make some general comments regarding development impact fees. I'm going to basically just try and set the table at a very high level, 50,000 feet, then turn it over to Renee, who's going to take it down to 30,000, and then Thad, who's going to jump into some of the detail of the specific 4 requests from Wilson Homes. Beginning with, the city is currently not charging the estimated total cost to build out the city's master plans, with sewer and water being the largest. And this is primarily driven by the cumulative effect of decisions made over the past 30 years, basically going back to 1996 when we approved a sewer and water master plan that set into motion the development of the city's sewer plant and water plant. So in the early 2000s, the city issued approximately $120 million in bonds for sewer and water facilities. And just to recall at the time, for perspective, at that time, we were building approximately 1,500 homes per year. That $120 million loan, it generated a $10 million annual payment for the bond payment, $7 million of which is for sewer and $3 million of which is for water. And perspective here, giving an example, a $500,000 home in the city of Clovis, we charge approximately 8% for development impact fees, which would be approximately $40,000 per unit for that $500,000 home. And that's for the total development impact fees of everything. And of the $40,000, approximately $20,000 is for sewer and water. And then just kind of breaking that down, if I take the $10 million annual payment that we have for the sewer and water, and I divide it by the revenue generated for each home sold of $20,000, would mean that we would have to collect fees from approximately 500 homes needed to pay just the bond payment itself. Now, you couple that with the fact that, and if you recall, I said that in the early 2000s, we were building about 1,500 units per year, so we had a very limited debt. We didn't have the sewer and water debt at the time, and we were issuing 1,500 permits per year, so we were somewhat cash rich back then. We've averaged 562 homes over the past 3 years. And keep in mind that I said we needed to collect fees from 500 homes, so the bottom line is going to be that over the past 10 years or so, the city does not have the funding or borrowing capacity for the major infrastructure planned for the near future. So it will be within the next 3 to 5 years when a project will come forward, or when it will be broached, when staff is not going to be able to support it because the city, cannot provide sewer and or water for that project. So with that quick introduction and just setting the table, I wanted to turn it over to Renee to begin to get into some of the detail.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. So as John indicated, I'm going to provide a little bit of background on the development impact fees, but I'd like to first start with the request before you tonight. So Wilson Homes is requesting special consideration of various fee and construction-related items associated with their residential tract located at the northeast corner of Sunnyside and Shepherd Avenue. This project is required to pay development impact fees, construct conditioned infrastructure improvements, and then wait in line for eligible reimbursements. What Wilson is requesting
from the city is to deviate from our current policy and practice related to a few things. One is the timing of when development impact fees or payments would be made. They are requesting an application of fee credits to offset their major facilities construction costs, and then they're also asking to expedite the order in which they are reimbursed for conditioned street construction costs. This request is unusual. Council would normally never hear or be asked to act upon these items. Typically, these items are handled at staff level in compliance with our municipal code, standing city policy, and practice. So I want to take a few minutes to really kind of provide you an overview of the city's development impact fee program. It's no secret, it's complicated and it's very detailed. So while I will not dive into all the weeds, I will try to give you a high-level overview of the key elements of the program to ensure you have the critical information necessary to make an informed decision on the items before you tonight.
Renee, I'm sorry, can I jump in? Being my age, I can barely see this. You guys have a hard copy in front of you if you want to refer to it.
It's the same size font as the 218 hearing.
It's one page. Yes, John is right. He's kind of messing me up here a little bit. All right, I did provide you with some key takeaways, which I'll get to once I go through this overview of the city's development impact fee program. And included with those key takeaways is this graph, which is really a pictorial to demonstrate kind of the purpose, the calculation, and the collection of our development impact fees. We'll also go over at a high level the city's reimbursement policy, and then in 2021, the council-directed reimbursement policy for major facility construction. So again, development impact fees, we evaluate them, adjust them, and they're approved by council annually. The 24-25 fees were approved on June 10th of 24, and they went into effect on August 12th. As this graph depicts, fees are calculated based on the total cost of the system to serve the general plan. It covers items such as streets, roads, sewer, water, parks, utilities, refuse, and miscellaneous public facilities. Fees are calculated based on a nexus study. Fees are annually reviewed and approved by council. Typically, fees are collected at the time of project approval. Fees pay for the construction of infrastructure that is required to support new development. Fees cover a developer's fair share of the entire system. Not often is a developer also required to construct major infrastructure in addition to paying their fair share of the development impact fees. This situation really only occurs when the infrastructure is necessary to support their development and the city is not in a fiscal position to do the construction. The city does have a reimbursement policy. Developers are eligible for reimbursement when they construct public infrastructure improvements such as center travel lanes, outside travel lanes, or traffic signals that exceed their fair share of their development. When this occurs, staff does review and approve the eligible reimbursements in the order they're received on an ongoing basis. And then reimbursements are made subject to available funds that are collected from other developers whose projects benefit from the constructed improvements. In 2021, council set reimbursement policy for major facility construction costs. The policy established the order of priority for reimbursements of major sewer and water facilities, and the priority was set in 4 areas. First, it would go to pay current bond debt on the major water and sewer facilities. As John indicated, right now we pay approximately $10 million in debt annually for sewer and water. We currently have about $12 million that is owed in water. That'll be paid off in 2028. That's approximately $3 million of our $10 million debt paid annually. And in sewer, we currently owe about $90 million. That will be paid off in 2038. And we annually pay about $7 million, which comes to the cumulative 10. The second priority would be programmed capital projects. These are large projects that would typically be done by the city, but maybe not necessarily bonded for. And then third would be reimbursement to developers who installed major facilities above their fee obligation. And the last would be repayment to ratepayers. Reality is the pace of development fluctuates and revenues collected from DIFs are not always sufficient to cover our annual bond debt. When there's a revenue shortfall, it's important to remember that that debt is covered by our ratepayers. The northwest and the northeast areas of the city are the critical areas that need major sewer and water infrastructure to support new development and growth. The city does not have the bonding capacity to build the necessary facilities in these areas until our current debt is paid off. And again, that won't be until 2028 and 2038. In the northwest, which we refer to as Heritage Grove, project-specific technical studies are showing development projects need these major infrastructure improvements to serve their development and future growth above and beyond the required development impact fees that are assessed. When this situation occurs, developers construct the improvements and are reimbursed the total amount paid for the construction of the major facilities work as funds become available. Again, in Council's 2021 policy, they would be third in line. That is, after our bond debt and our capital projects. Fee credits for the construction of major facilities are not eligible against the fees paid per Council's direction. So here are my key takeaways, which is the memo you have in front of you with the graph that maybe is still a little too small to see. So the key takeaways for my opening are really this. Wilson Homes is requesting special consideration to deviate from the municipal code, standing city policy, and practice on various fee and construction-related items. The city is currently responsible for approximately $10 million in bond debt payments annually. Pace of development fluctuates, and the revenues collected from development impact fees are not always sufficient to cover that annual bond debt of $10 million. When there's a revenue shortfall, debt is covered by the ratepayers. In 2021, Council established a priority reimbursement policy for major facility construction costs. The policy placed developers third in line, after debt payment and capital projects. Application of credits to offset the cost of major facility construction is not eligible. If Council were to approve fee credits for major facilities, developers who construct major facility improvements would receive a reduction in the amount of the overall development fee obligation equivalent to the cost of the major facility construction they're doing. This means the city would receive less revenue to cover our bond debt and a higher likelihood that users would need to cover the difference. The northwest and the northeast areas of the city are the critical areas that need major sewer and water facilities to support new development and growth. And the city, at this point in time, does not have bonding capacity to build those facilities until our current debt is paid. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to Thad, who will review in detail each of the requests by the Wilson Group, along with staff's reasoning and recommendation to either approve or deny the request.
Mayor, before we go any further, looking back at your flow chart, under collection of fees, can defer the fee till occupancy if allowed by the municipal code. Even though a home isn't currently drawing water, we're still paying for access to water outside of, because of the FID agreement we made for a firm water source, correct?
Correct.
So in the event we don't collect those, that money's got to come eventually, potentially from the users.
Correct.
Okay.
In that particular fee category, there isn't an option for deferment. That actually is one of the items we're going to discuss tonight, right. The water supply fee. The municipal code requires that that fee be paid on the front end. You cannot defer that. So that, in this chart, we were trying to summarize, very quickly that there is an option for deferment for certain fee categories. The water supply fee is not one of them.
Thank you.
All right, Thad?
All right, I'm going to take us back to the beginning and remind us why we're here. Wilson Homes is requesting 4 items for consideration. I'll go over each one more in detail, but staff's recommendation on each of the items are the following. Deny the request to allow deferred payment for the water supply fee. Deny the request for fee credits for sewer major facilities. Deny the request for fee credits for water major facilities. And approve the request regarding reimbursements within Street Area 1. The project location for Wilson's Homes request is tract map 6205. Tract map 6205 is located in the northeast corner of Sunnyside and Shepherd, fronting both Sunnyside and Shepherd Avenues. Okay, first is request number 1 from Wilson Homes is to defer the water supply fee until occupancy. Current policy requires payment of the fee at the project approval per the municipal code. Water supply is required to allow the development and annexation into the city. The fee funds and the ability for the city to purchase water from the Fresno Irrigation District. The city has an agreement currently with the FID to increase our water supply annually to allow development. The city pays $1.5 million per year to FID per this agreement. This agreement with the city and FID is for the city to pay FID $35 million from 2020 to 2045 for 7,000 acre feet. All it does really is gives the city the ability to use that water. It doesn't actually pay for the use of it. The city purchases this water supply ahead of development to allow for development. Deferring the payment by an approved project further stresses the ability to make payments on the water supply already purchased for development. Wilson's argument is that they are not using the water until occupancy, but the water supply is not directly related to use. It is needed prior to use to be able to approve the project. Staff recommends denial of this request. Do we have any questions before I move on to next?
So basically, you said water supply is a condition of development.
Correct.
And how much is that fee that we're looking at specific to you?
So that fee is by gross acreage. It's about $17,000 per gross acre. And for this development, for the first phase of it, it's about $2,300 a unit.
$2,300. Thank you.
True.
And this is partially because it's a new growth area and it's outside of the FID, is that correct? Or is this inside FID?
This is outside FID. That is a reason why the fee is what it is, but it is a overall fee for the whole city, though.
And it's 1.5 mil a year?
Currently, yes. So if you want a breakdown of how that works, is the first from 21 to 30, the city is paying $1.5 million for 300 acre feet a year. Then from 31 to 45, we're paying $1 million for 200 acre feet a year. And we originally paid $5 million out of the user fund for 1,000 acre feet in 2020.
And our friends at FID drove a hard bargain on this, and we would not be able to grow outside of the confines of the Enterprise Canal unless we entered into this agreement. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That's all I have. Thank you.
I've lumped request number 2 and 3 together since they're fairly similar as far as receiving credits for the installation of sewer and water major facilities. On this slide, I've kind of depicted what the facilities are. The sewer major facilities for this request are 2 sewer force mains along Shepherd from Sunnyside to Fowler. They're required for the master plan facilities needed to service the development and all the development in the northwest. It's depicted in green. The force mains are estimated to cost approximately $750,000. The water major facilities for this request is the water main along Sunnyside, as shown in blue. That's required for the master plan facilities needed to service this development and continued development in the northwest. The water mains are estimated to cost approximately $5.2 million. Currently, the policy City Council set for the order of reimbursement of major facilities at the in a June meeting in 2021, placing the developers who install facilities above their obligation of fair share as third priority. Fee credits have never been given on major facilities. Current order shown on this, the current order is shown on this chart in the blue, as the first order is debt payments, the second is to city projects, then the third, developer reimbursement, and then fourth is to the ratepayer reimbursement. Wilson's request for a credit would put reimbursement in front of the debt payers, in front of the debt payments for the bond, and these bonds were needed for the city to construct the facilities to continue development. Giving fee credits would place Wilson's homes at the first priority, resulting in negative financial impacts to the city's ability to pay annual debt payments of approximately $7 million a year for sewer major facilities and approximately $3 million a year for water major facilities. Wilson's argument is that they are paying twice by having to pay the fee and install facilities. This is not the case. However, the developer will need to wait for reimbursement for the facilities they construct for major facilities, which puts the burden on the developer to finance the cost prior to repayment instead of the city. Development is happening where we need major facilities instead of where they already exist in the city, and the city does not have any funding to install, as would be the normal practice. To continue development in the Northwest without financing by the city, the developers will need to take the burden of the major facilities cost and get paid back in the future. If the city does not collect enough fees, the users will make debt payments for major facilities. Users could end up paying the developer to develop if fee credits are allowed in major facilities. Staff recommends denial for this request.
Pat, could you go back to the map that shows, okay, that's good. Now, the line that goes up Sunnyside, I'm assuming there's existing infrastructure between Shepherd and Perrin, or almost?
That is correct.
And who put that infrastructure in?
The development on the west side of Sunnyside, Lennar Homes?
So Lennar paid for that portion of it?
Correct.
Okay. Do they benefit by this connection? Will the future connection between the Sunnyside and then further north, does that benefit other developers other than Wilson in future development, giving them access to a firm water supply?
Yes. Well, not for a firm water supply, but it gives them, these facilities will help with the distribution system itself.
Okay.
But yes, you are correct. Every development in the Northwest, this will benefit.
Would any future developers coming in who are developing north of there, would they be paying fees that could be refunded to Wilson, or how does that work? When one developer does a lion's share of the work and the money, how do they share the wealth on that or the debt?
So, because the city can't finance these projects, which we typically could, that's why we're requesting that, or we're making the developer actually install the facilities. If they were to share that debt, rather than wait for reimbursement and wanted to share it combined, they would have to get in an agreement with the other developers to do so, or they would have to wait for another developer to install it.
So in the event that in 5 years, somebody wants to build, what's the next major street up there?
Beheimer?
Yeah, Beheimer. Somebody buys a plot of land and they want to develop, and they're going to pay to connect to that line, I'm assuming. Is there any money that goes back towards the person who built the line, or is that just kind of the way the mop flops here?
So right now, because of our policy, we're paying for our debt first, then capital projects, and then to the developer. So that developer would be reimbursed third in that line. So once all our first two are satisfied, then the developer will be paid back by developers that come along.
Maybe I didn't ask that question
Okay.
correctly. If I'm ABC Development Company and I'm gonna build some projects on Beeheimer, and I'm gonna connect to that water source on Sunnyside, I'm gonna take it right from Perrin all the way up to where I'm going. Does Wilson get any kind of remuneration for building the line that they cut into, or am I
No,
not
they don't.
clear?
No, they don't. Not with it being in the major facilities.
And that has been the practice, or, I mean, are we on uncharted territory since we're outside?
We are in uncharted territory,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
I guess maybe to explain it better, most water lines that developers put in are under a different funding source or different category, usually called oversize, over depth. And so when they install something, they will get reimbursed by adjacent developers, that come in. This is not the case, with major facilities.
Thad, with regards to Wilson's letter with fee, credits, they reference Harlan Ranch, that it was used there. So can you address that? This is the letter, October 24th, it's at the bottom. So it is implying that we did this before, or we have done this. And so can you address that and what we did there in that situation, and how, if it's the same or if it's different than what is being currently asked?
Yeah, it's quite different. We were in a different financial situation back then, but there were not fee credits. There was an agreement set up with them to pay the developer over a period of time. In each annual period, we would assess whether or not we could pay our debt payment before we would consider reimbursing them. So essentially, it's the same as the policy now. It's just we had an agreement set up rather than the policy set up.
Okay, so they didn't get credit right away for building.
They did not get credit right away, no.
And so so technically it wasn't a fee credit, is that what we're saying?
It was not a fee credit.
It was actually waiting in line, but then we just had an agreement.
Right.
To show where they were in line.
Yeah, the agreement pretty much stated on an annual basis, we would assess whether or not the city had funding after paying our debt, and decide at that point if we could fund to pay them partially on an annual basis.
And have we ever given a fee credit then?
No.
So we've never given a fee credit for water and sewer?
Not for water, sewer, major facilities.
Yeah, major facilities.
No.
So this is the first time we're being asked this?
Correct.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, I was just
Yes,
gonna jump
go
in and remind, one of the comments I did make was gonna be that going back to Harlan Ranch was a completely different scenario than to today, in that, we had very limited debt at the time, and we also were, building approximately 1,500 homes a year. So the cash flow situation for the city was completely different than it is today. And if I might, I wanted to circle back to one of Councilmember Bessinger's questions, going back to, Thad, and I want to clarify, is going to be that his question was, a new home is built 3 years from now north of Beeheimer, and it's going to pay into its, they're going to pay their development impact fees, but those fees are also going to be used to build the pool of money that is going to be, reimburse a developer for major infrastructure.
Correct.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. My next question is with regards to our policy on June 14, 2020. So if that policy was not in place, how would the reimbursement be? I mean, how does this change 1, 2, 3, and 4 at all? If we didn't have that policy?
If we didn't have the policy?
Yeah. What were we doing prior to us establishing that policy?
I think the main reason that policy was set up is because we currently owe $20 million to the users, and having a debt payment owing the users also, it was a decision to put the debt users in the very back. If not, those debt users would be even in front of the reimbursement to the developer, which would make it even further behind.
So if we didn't have the policy, then number 4 would be 1? Is that correct?
It
Yes,
would probably be number 1 or 2. It's kind of hard to say because we didn't have a policy. So we had 2 debts going on. We had a debt to borrowing from the users, and we had a debt that we had from our bonds. So we wanted to establish, hey, where's that belong? And it was decided to put them in the back.
Okay.
The users, that is.
And so this policy actually put the developer 3rd instead of 4th, benefiting the developer.
Correct.
Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. And then my other question is with regards to the fees themselves, the development impact fees. In the calculation, it does have a portion that pays debt, a portion that pays infrastructure, and a portion that pays for the financing, a financier. Is that pretty accurate of what we charge in the DIF?
Just talking for major facilities, it's not really broken out that way. It's lumped together as all the infrastructure needed for the master plan is lumped together. That includes the debt from the existing facilities that have been built that is needed. It includes the future development, future facilities that are needed, and it includes the interest that we'll probably need for the bond payment for those future facilities, because we won't have the cash to build it.
And in what you just said, it includes it includes what Wilson is going to have to build.
Correct.
It includes their fair share already. And now they already paid their fair share, and then they also have to build it right away.
Correct.
And so that is the perception of the double payment.
Correct.
Is that accurate?
I think that's accurate.
Okay. And so why is it, again, not a double payment?
Because they're going to be reimbursed.
Oh, because they'll be reimbursed later.
They will be reimbursed 100% for the current construction of the facilities. It's just they will have to wait for it is the problem.
And because the DIF is collected in the kind of 3 pots that you said, the debt, the future, and the interest, once we collect it, though, because of our policy, we're not splitting that money up to those 3 pots. We're putting on to debt first. Once that fills up, it may potentially go to the other 2. Is that also how payment is made? We calculate it with A, B, C, but once we get the money, we're not splitting it into A, B, and C. We're paying A. Is that the way the system currently works?
I think that's pretty good explanation, yeah.
Okay.
That's correct.
That is correct. And so until we collect enough to satisfy number 1 here, there's no money putting aside for future, and there's nothing setting aside for interest. We're just paying the debt.
So the debt is annual payment. Mm-hmm. So if we get enough units coming in on an annual basis, we're above our debt payment, then that money will sit as cash.
Okay.
Yes. But typically right now in our major facilities, we're not building enough cash to get there yet.
Go ahead, Renee.
Sorry. I just wanted to add a little bit to a handful of the questions. So it's not often a developer is really required to construct these major facilities. I think as that indicated, we're in uncharted or not uncommon territory. So typically the city would take on that burden, and that's why we have those bonds and that debt. But because we don't have bonding capacity and we're growing north, we're growing in an area that needs these facilities, and we don't have the money, and these technical studies are showing that in order to serve these developments north of Shepherd, these facilities need to be constructed. They're conditioned on the developer to construct, and then once the funds are available for reimbursement, we've paid our debt, we've set money aside for future capital projects, then we'll go to that first developer in line that has constructed a major facility and we'll start to reimburse them. Now, we have had developers who have in the past had to construct major facilities in this area. So it's not this, they're not the first ones to construct it, but it's definitely not a common theme for the city. But I really just wanted to kind of reiterate the reason they're conditioned to do the sewer and the water major facility work, or at least the water, is it's needed for the development. It's necessary for that development to occur. There's the specifics that Thad could get into, but I think the big takeaway is the studies are demonstrating it's necessary.
And legally, there's no issue then, I don't know who to turn to, but we tell them this is what we're charging you for, yet we don't even split it. The public, you know, the developer, whoever, we're telling the public this is what we're charging, but we're not putting it into those three pots. We're just going to keep paying debt with it. So it's okay. I mean, it's common. It's something in which cities do. I don't know. You know, we charge people, hey, it's paying for this, that, and that, but really you're not getting all that. We're just paying debt. And so even though we charge you for it, we're going to pay only one spot, and we're not dividing it up into the three. So as long as we say it's okay, I can understand it and go, okay. I guess as a common resident, like, well, why are you charging those three things, but yet you're only paying one? And so it's like, I have the hardest time wrapping my mind around that and the reasonableness and the fairness of that to a taxpayer and or to someone paying, even though I know that we have to pay this debt.
So the debt is for facilities that were built for these developments. The future improvements are also for the facilities for this development. So it's not really three pots when you think of it that way. We're paying towards the one pot, but the pot that we have to pay on an annual basis is to our debt service. And if we don't pay our debt service, someone else has to pay it. And the other person to pay it would be the users. So if we pay off an improvement to a developer now that we don't have we don't have the capacity to pay for, then the users will have to come in. They will have to pay that debt to the bond payments, and therefore we'd increase that $20 million we owe to the users by even more. Essentially, if you look at it that way, then the users are paying for development.
I look at it and go, in the calculation, what has been built. Okay, so we keep saying, well, they built it, so that's why we're still just paying it. But the calculation of what the new guy is paying is really from that point forward. Am I seeing that wrong then?
No,
it's because there's already a debt portion, so they're paying that part, but they're also paying new facilities, future facilities, and interest. So they're paying for the past, they're paying for the future, but yet when we collect it, we're only applying it all to one. So
I guess
I must be.
See if I can explain this a little differently. So how we calculate our fees, we're including the units from the past also with the improvements from the past. So it spreads out the fee total from what was built in the past with the units from the past and the units from the future with the improvements of the future. So it's all lumped together. Hopefully I didn't confuse that more.
Okay. Well, that's what I have for now, so thank you, Ben.
I have a couple of follow-up questions. So Wilson is going to be paying for the major facilities fees for that line up Sunnyside to Shepherd. And what's the ballpark approximate cost of that?
The water major facility is estimated at $5.2 million.
Okay. So they're gonna have to potentially borrow $5 million. And how long, guess-wise, would it be before they would get that money back? Waiting in line where they're at. Guess?
It's, I don't want to put a guess on it. It is in a better situation than our sewer fund as far as we should have our debt paid off in 4 years. The problem is we also have other infrastructure that'll be coming up soon that we'll need. It's going to be large financing that we'll have to put in facilities. So it's hard to say.
Okay, so 3 to 5 years would probably be inaccurate, would be potentially longer?
Yes.
The money we collect, we take that $5 million. Does that go into other projects, or does that go into a fund that is gonna bear interest? I mean, which pocket are we putting it into? Are we spending that money, or are we saving that money and making a little interest off of it?
It'll be both.
Okay, how much? Now, if I'm Wilson, it's time for me to get my $5 million. Do I get any interest off an account that we got interest off of, or do I just get my $5 million back?
Currently, it would just be 100% of the construction costs.
Okay, so you get your $5 million, and we keep the VIG on that. Okay, I'm kidding. Now, going back to the project itself, is there any benefit to the Dry Creek Preserve by us running that line from Teague up to Shepherd? Is there any benefit for them?
No.
Okay, that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Bessinger, I think it's also important in that trying to forecast when funds would be available. It really depends on the pace of development and when permits are pulled and fees are paid. So if we have a year where we're seeing, above normal permits and payments, we'll collect those funds a lot faster and potentially be in a position to start the reimbursement after our bond debts, and we've got bonding capacity again. So it really, there's so many factors that play into how long could that take.
But there are people, can you say, there are developers waiting to be paid back that have been waiting for how many years right now on projects from these categories? 10 years?
So currently for major facilities, there's only 2 large projects that have been constructed in major facilities, and it's the sewer force mains just west of this project, and they have been waiting for, I think, about 3 to 5 years.
I think what I'm, in all of this, I think you said it, it's uncommon for this to occur. I think it's common now. I think this is the way. So I think I'm trying to wrap my mind around that. So that line up there is really placing developers who install facilities above their obligation or fair share. I'm not sure that's above their obligation. I think what we're saying is this is the obligation. So their obligation is both their fair share and whatever this cost to build is. So do they create a Melorustis, or they create some other way to pay for it themselves? But I think this is common now. So I think part of what I'm trying to wrap my mind around, and it's probably incapable of doing that, but I think it's that this is unusual, but it is now the practice. So there's a little tiny voice in me that says we can't afford to grow. If people don't want to pay for it, we're just going to stop. And call us when we have the money. That's not the solution. I get that. But I just, that's where I'm struggling. It's complicated for sure, but it's now common. This is the way I think we should just say out loud, this is the way we're going to fund major facilities in the city of Clovis, in the Northwest and Northeast Village, full stop.
And I guess one way to look at it is going to be that on the front end of a major development like the Northwest, that's going to be true. If you take a look at Loma Vista, which is about 75% built out and all the major infrastructure is in there, the remaining 25% have it relatively easy. So unfortunately, first in, like in the Northwest, are going to be obligated to build certain infrastructure to allow the development to occur. The bottom line is going to be that the city does not have the money or borrowing ability to put it in. So if the developer does not pay for it, the development does not occur.
Correct. No, but so it was like that in Loma Vista, though. There was nothing in Loma Vista to speak of, right? So now the remaining property owners that might come along, all that infrastructure is largely in, right? So they're not going to have to do that. I think it's, your language would made me think like that was, it is common. It's not uncommon. This is the practice. And I think it's a little bit of that shift. It's like, now I'm not saying there's not better ways to do it or do calculations or I get all that, but I mean, I do think this is the practice when there's nothing out there, right? You're not trying to patch together this and that. There's like nothing.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. My statement of it's uncommon is we haven't had to do this in the past, but now going forward and developing in the Northwest, this will become common until the city has the means, the financial means to construct those improvements, and right now we don't. We don't have bonding capacity.
Well, I know that's not for tonight, but I might just end it, this is common. We may never want to go back to being the development bank. We may never be in a position to do that. Maybe no city in California will be that again. So I think that may not be the end goal. I don't know what the end goal is exactly, but that may not be the goal, right?
You're absolutely correct.
I think we should just say this is now the reality of the Northwest and eventually the Northeast, potentially. This is now common practice. How we get there, the math, I don't know exactly, but I mean, I think that, to me, that you said that language was important to my brain, because this is common now. This is the way, and I don't know that, I mean, I think you said a few times, John, we probably made a mistake becoming the bank. We've had consultants, the Cosmont folks, I think, were the ones who said, most cities don't become that development bank, or you should think about that before that happens. We did become the financer of all of that. So I don't know, it's interesting, but those are the questions, I think, that are really bigger than just these. I know these are the requests that have caused that, which I think is really great. Not great for you, but I think it is the conversation to have. So anyway, sorry. But thank you for saying that, Renee, because I was like, wait, I think it might be common. All right, keep going. Anything else, Matt?
Yeah, I just had a couple of questions. So just confirming, there are like two other developments that are waiting for, is there two or three other developers that are waiting for reimbursement?
Two other projects, one is Lennar and another one is it was a Wilson development also.
How much are those totaling in reimbursement costs?
I don't have the figures with me, but the Lennar, the length of the Lennar project was similar to this Wilson project, so it's probably about $750,000, and the Wilson project, I think, was half of that, so.
And when we talk about the $10 million bond debt, is that a requirement that we have to pay $10 million towards that bond each year?
Yes.
Okay. So there's no, like, you can do $9 million and put $1 million towards deferments or?
No.
It's basically a mortgage payment?
Yes.
Okay. And then in 2021, you said this policy came in, was originated, and these steps were laid out for how we repay. Why was it set that way?
From what I recall, it was because we had the outstanding debt to the users, and we wanted to establish where they were in line and how important it was to pay our debt on an annual basis also.
Okay. Thanks.
All right, I can see why this has worked out at the staff level. Better there. All right.
Mayor, can I get one clarification from Councilman Bessinger's example earlier? So there was the $5.2 million to build this line, correct? So really, it's not, we're taking $5.2 million from them. It's their cost that they're expending, and it's a $5.2 million owed to them. So we're not paying debt with it. It's really no money. We don't see any of that cash. The only money we see is the diff.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
So, from your question, you answered it where the 5.2 million was something which we would see and then be split, but that's to build that line, isn't it?
The 5.2 million was a construction cost for that line that Wilson would be.
Yeah, so they will be paying it, not paying us any of that. They're paying to construct it.
Correct.
So it'll be money spent. They'll just submit receipts to where we would go, okay, we owe you 5.2 million.
Correct.
Does that?
I thought I understood it, now you've confused me.
So you said at the other one, when Pat answered, I go, I don't see where we see any of that cash. We don't see any of the cash. It's their debt.
I think we only get the development fees.
Yeah, all we get is development fees.
When they go to that.
Yeah, so anything that they build, it's sort of a waiting in line for reimbursement.
Correct.
Okay.
No, thank you.
Okay.
All right. Go.
All right. On to request number 4, is to receive immediate reimbursement of the Shepherd Avenue Street construction in Area 1. The street construction for this topic includes Shepherd Avenue street improvements south of the center line between Sunnyside and Fowler. The estimated cost of the work is approximately $1.8 million between 4 fee categories. Current policy is that the eligible street construction cost by a developer can be credited towards a street fee in the area of the construction. Work above the development fees owed by the development in the area are reimbursable. Reimbursements are paid to the developer in the order that the proper requests are submitted. It should be noted that the full construction of Shepherd from Sunnyside to Fowler is a requirement of this development. Improvements south to the Shepherd center line cannot be used as credits for this tract because it is in a different area. Therefore, they can only be reimbursed unless Wilson Homes has another development to credit in Area 1, which is south of Shepherd. Shepherd is a regionally significant roadway with no plans for development on the south side, just east of Sunnyside in the county. Approval will impact reimbursements to existing developers in line by putting Wilson Homes in front of the line. Currently, 7 developers are in line, including Wilson, accounting for about $1.1 million in reimbursement requests in one of the fee categories, center travel lane. Some have been waiting in line since 2009 for reimbursement. Staff recommends approval of this request to help facilitate the construction of Shepherd Avenue.
I have a question.
Yes.
All right. I understand that we're saying that on the south side of Shepherd is outside of 6205. Are we being a little nitpicky on that? I mean, it creates a benefit for pretty much all the motoring public, for the pedestrians that are walking there. You know, it'll fix the expressway concept that we've been trying to get put through. I'm just wondering if are we being a little nitpicky on that? You know, like when, you know, you say, that's not mine, that's yours. You know, in a police department situation, you get involved in a traffic accident and we sit there and right on the border and we're sitting there, we get out our tape measures and go, no, this is yours, no, this is yours. Is there any reasonable accommodation there, or are we, you know, I don't know that we're being fair.
So what I get is you're asking, can we change the border of the areas?
Well, no, but
maybe
it's all part of the same project, and I think by saying, yeah, but we're not gonna give them fee credits for that because it's on over a certain line, but it's part of the same project. Is that accurate?
Let me try and explain it some more. So they pay their development fees for the streets portion into the Area 5, which is north of, the north half of Shepherd. So when they build on the south half of Shepherd, it's in a different area, Area 1, and they're paying credits in 5, but building in 1, so you can't really take credits in a different area than you're actually paying the fees in.
And that's part of the policy,
Yes.
but there's also, we can call exceptions to that.
Well, the fees are set up in that manner where it's split that way. So it's not collected that way, so it's hard to say to just move the line, but I mean, I guess things have always been done.
Okay, but we're, to Lynn's point, we're in a uncommon yet common area where that technically, unless I'm misunderstanding, on the south side is outside, it's in Area 1 because it's technically in the county, correct?
No. So Area 1 is all the development south of Shepherd.
Okay.
In Clovis.
And I just wanted to clarify, staff is recommending approval of the Wilson request on this particular item.
Right, but let me rephrase that. Once they do the development on the south, once they fix that on the south side, it won't be in Area 1 anymore because it'll be in the city of Clovis, right?
No, the city of Clovis is set up in 5 different areas for street, and that's just where the boundary lines are for our fees. It has nothing to do with the county.
Okay, but does it have anything to do with the elongation of the roadway? Because Shepherd will go, I don't know, probably 25 feet to the south, correct? And when they do all the lane improvements and everything, doesn't that now become part of the other area? Am I clear? I'm just trying to, I just think I think we're quibbling here, but.
I think the areas feel, this is what I think.
Go ahead, thank you.
The areas feel arbitrary, and I think it's weird to divide an area in the middle of a street, because this is what happens. Oh, no, you have to do that side, nope, can't do that side, or, do that side, but we can't pay you back. I think it feels arbitrary, at least that's what I hear you say.
Arbitrary is a good word.
So, how do we account, now I know you're recommending approval, but without this is how we get into the county rural urban interface. Like, oh, no, we're gonna do all this building and we don't really care what happens when you get to Beeheimer because there's just no road. Well, that's I'm glad you're suggesting that we approve this, but I think that's my question. We made up the areas ourselves based on some criteria. I don't even know what they are and I don't need to know, trust me. But I think that it feels arbitrary to me, I guess I'm with Drew on that a little bit. But you are recommending approval that they get reimbursed, so that's a positive. But I think that's a little bit at least of my, I don't know what I'm hearing exactly, but it feels like, oh, okay. So I think that's where. Engineers are never arbitrary, I know that. I'm so sorry to even suggest such a thing.
So yes, the areas are arbitrary, but they were established so that we can calculate a fee for all the units in those specific areas. And changing the boundary just changes the calculation.
Fair enough. Okay, so where are we now?
That, okay, I'm looking at number 4. Okay. So can I read it this way as well? The Shepherd water line that we are making them build is a regionally significant, not roadway, but water line, with no plans for development on the south side of Shepherd. So let's give them this reimbursement quicker. No? So how is that different? Because they're building something in which it's going to be major benefit to Heritage Grove. None's going to build because it's in the county, right? And so they're doing something that, is it significant enough, or what is that measurement to where here we say, here it is. And I read it and I go, number 4 is really the reason why we're going, we'll allow your request. And so why 1, 2, and 3, or 2 and 3 is not significant enough. So help me understand that.
So the streets category is completely different than major facilities.
Okay.
The streets reimbursement is, the city typically does not do street projects, and we do not have any debt owed in the streets program. So therefore, we don't have a debt that needs to be paid. So there is no, if you look back to the chart, there is no number 1 on that, there is no 2 on that, and there is no 4 on that. It's just the developer requesting reimbursement. So there is no order other than which developer. Did I?
Yeah, so if there was someone in line in Area 1,
Yes.
then they would weigh whatever place they fall in. So immediate does not mean they jump to 1.
No, immediate means they jump to 1. So
Oh, okay.
they're jumping in front of all the 11 that are already there, or sorry, all the 7 that are already there.
Oh, so they are jumping.
They are
if
jumping.
It's immediate.
It's immediate.
Okay. But there's not enough money to pay the 10 above them.
Yeah, correct.
But yet, I don't want to ruin what you already got, but I just want to understand the reason.
There is a waiting list for reimbursement, and people have been waiting in line for 15 years.
And you're going to hear from some of those 7.
And the letters, you have letters in one of these packets, staff report, from people that are in line.
Correct.
Again, hold on, Wilson, sorry. So out of curiosity, why do you think it's worth it to make the others, why do you think it's worth it to let them jump to the front of the line on this one, at the risk of the other 7?
We just see Shepherd as a regional street that we've had a lot of issues with lately, a lot of complaints about, and I think there is a big public benefit to it.
So back to the water now. If whoever comes in does not build that line on Sunnyside, does any development go in?
No. Not north, not
pretty
northwest.
important then.
Yeah.
Pretty important.
It is,
consider something.
it is important for development. I think Shepherd is important for the community as a whole, not just the development.
I'm just trying to understand the importance of me. If it's that important, and we say here it's all, so is it the debt then that is making us pause more than the importance?
No, I think it.
Does that question make sense?
It's partially the debt. I mean, the debt that the city has taken on for development. But it's also, the water line is just for development. The street is for the community as a whole. If we didn't install the water line, city of Clovis would be fine with how it is now, but it's needed for development.
Okay.
I believe that the street itself would help the community as a whole, even if we didn't develop any further.
I appreciate that answer.
I'm in agreement with staff. I think on this particular item, the finalization of the Shepherd Expressway would solve a lot of problems, I think. It's going to be a benefit to the people in the Dry Creek Preserve because it's going to create another option for vehicular traffic to not go down Sunnyside if they're going to the freeway. We've had people express concerns on pedestrian safety on the south side. This takes care of that. Is there going to be anything on the south side, or is a trail on the north side? I can't remember.
So currently there's going to be a trail there's proposed to be a trail on both sides. We're still working with the property owners on the south side to make that happen.
That's what I thought. So I think that this is, I'm in agreement with this. And I think when we get to the point where we're massaging this a little bit more, I might want to throw something in about the south side too and reimbursement, but we'll have that discussion later.
I do think, though, so for me, what I've always said, it's really hard to set policy when you're looking at a particular project. In my mind, it's too mixed up, but that's what we have right now. But I think that's an interesting policy to think about for a second. So maybe there's a distinction between projects that are reasonably significant. There's one way that you get reimbursed or paid or whatever, and there's another tier of reimbursement for things that are just benefiting your development. Not that the whole community doesn't benefit from their development. I think not splitting that hair. I mean, that distinction is really important. And we, in this, again, not to take away, but we've just now said, well, we're going to change the policy because if it's a significant project for the region, we're going to go to the front of the line. The people that are in the line now are going to go, well, wait, I didn't know that. So I don't disagree with that, but from a policy perspective, that's probably worth capturing as maybe a new algorithm. If this, then we're going to go down this path. And if that, we're going to go down this path. Because I think this makes sense for water and trail and all kinds of things, but this is an alteration of our practice, which I know engineers, upsetting, I know. No, I'm just kidding. But I think it's possibly right. But does that make sense? I mean, this is the kind of policy stuff that in the midst of a project is super hard to sort out, but really important. So that to me, that and the common, uncommon thing are my two takeaways. But I think we just identified a new kind of algorithm that probably needs some thinking about how do you apply it to an actual project without the developer sitting in the audience going, oh, we got this road and this thing, because I think that's not good government, I don't think. Anyway, but it's where we are. Okay. Are you good? More? You can't ask more questions. Okay, you can though.
Going back to, we were talking about all these different developments and stuff that we owe money to. How much money do we owe the development community based on all these different projects? Do we know?
Just for the 7?
What?
Just for the 7?
Well, I mean, it sounds like we've got all kinds of different, we've got major facilities, we got streets and different things where people are in line waiting 15 years to get reimbursed. So I guess that's one question, maybe we know the answer to now or not. But the other question is, you said that we have bond capacity in 2028. In 28, are we looking to bond out again so that we pay people back? Or how does, I mean, to me, I just don't like the idea of us owing so many people money, from a city standpoint. We'll get to you when we get to you. At some point, that's going to run out, and we could face other actions regarding that. So, I don't really know what the long-term answer is to fix that, but, somewhere along the lines, I get that those bonds are a result of, construction projects, but at the same time, I don't like that hanging over our heads either. If we can, I don't know. That's a Jay question, but I don't want to hit him with that now.
Well, but I think that came from our practice of being the financing mechanism.
Exactly.
That's where it came from. We are the that's where that came from.
We're the
So
bank.
the only way to get out of that is to not be that anymore.
And encourage the use of CFDs for
Right.
major projects going forward. And have the
100%.
development community get together and have them build to the master plan. And if they build to the master plan, then, it will solve itself.
Right. So that's why we're in this circumstance. So if we collectively decide we can't and don't want to, and it's not prudent, and they have a better idea and can do it better, faster, cheaper, we should just say, we're not doing that anymore. You do it, build it this way, or whatever, but I think that's why we're in this mess. Not mess, that's why we're in this circumstance.
And Thad, do you have a response to Councilmember Pascal on a ballpark number, total amount owed?
No, I don't. I would have to look back. There are quite a few fee categories, and I'm not, I don't know what all the figures are right now.
We can get back with you on that. And then the second part of the question was, could we, and just to clarify, 2028 is only for water, not for sewer. Sewer's 2038 or 39. And those, if we were to issue bonds, from staff's recommendation, would be for projects. We wouldn't be borrowing money to pay people back.
But that would be freeing up how many million?
Well, that would be the $3 million, the $3 million a year.
So that's
Depending on what the new bond payment is.
Well, and I mean, again, we were lucky to pass Measure Y, and it may be that one of the long-term investments to ensure the city's financial stability is we pay off that debt faster. I mean, there's 100 ways to spend our money. I get that everybody wants part of the $28 million, we want it 3 times over. But I mean, it could be that we decide in the next 20 years that's important. and we get out of that circumstance, so we're not kind of always robbing Peter to pay Paul, because, I mean, to wait 15 years for money repaid, you lost a fair amount of interest on $5 million if it takes 15 years to get it back. Again, I'm not good at math, but I'm pretty sure that's a thing. So, I mean, I think those are the kinds of policy questions that we need to imagine local government in the next 25 years. What is that going to look like? And that's all right, let's move this along, because this is why staff should do this and not us. It's not good. All right, Mr. Avery, what do you got?
So just to recap, there's a lot up here, but I'm just gonna.
Are you having a lot of fun, Thad? Because we are here to ensure that you have fun in your job.
This is my favorite thing to do right here.
Is it really?
If I could do it every Monday, whew.
How about Tuesday? How do you feel about Tuesday?
Even better.
It'll be better on a
better.
Tuesday. That's great. You'll leave one more day to think, can't wait till tomorrow.
So just to recap, staff is staff is recommending denial of the request to allow deferred payments of the water supply fee, and we're denying we recommend to deny the request for fee credits for sewer major facilities and water major facilities, and we recommend to approve the request regarding reimbursements within Street Area 1.
All right. I'm not going to ask if you have any more questions. We're going to open the public hearing, and Goldie has all kinds of papers in her hand. So I invite you to, you what? It's kind of disappointing. Oh, we even get them, we get handouts. Wow.
Goldie Lewis, Wilson Homes, 7550 North Palm Avenue.
Goldie, will you lift your mic up a little bit?
Sure.
You're taller than our last.
Can you hear me now?
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Okay, we're having some fun now. This is complicated, really complicated. This project, especially this project here at Shepherd and Sunnyside, has been very challenging. And I want to thank staff. I think they did the right thing with respect to putting together this development agreement to memorialize when things are done, how things get reimbursed. It's the right thing to do. So you're going to hear a lot of repeats because I do agree with a lot of the things that staff said, but I will try and be as brief as possible and get the point across here. So 3 items that I want to discuss. One, major facilities fee credits. And I'm looking not for the exception, but I think that the council should consider a new policy with respect to that. The second item is the deferment of the water supply fee. And once again, I think council should consider a new policy. And then discuss the advancing of reimbursements for Area 1. Area 1 construction, we do agree with the city, but I have some ideas that I'd like to present. So, major facilities fees. Just a little background to put things in perspective. We are all aware of the Mitigation Fee Act. It allows agencies to impose fees on new development to fund construction of needed infrastructure to serve new development. And the purpose of the fees are that projects should pay their fair share. So I think I agree with Renee and Thad. Agreement is what the fair share is. So, and then the city has the onus to provide nexus, to show that the fee is justified. And there's a direct relationship between the type of development and the specific impact of the fee. So that's the city's responsibility. So, cities established major facilities fees, and we're not here to argue if it's the right fee. We're just going to kind of go through the what we think is appropriate as far as fair share, and the reasoning that we're trying to say that we need credits in this particular circumstance. So, I created a spreadsheet because I am an engineer. So, I think, Vong mentioned that the fee basically is calculated, and even you have a lump sum fee. It's Ours happens to be an $11,158 fee per unit. And, that fee, I don't know if you remember, Greg Bardini came up here back in June, and he had a little pie chart. And he had the fee broken out into existing, bond debt, construction costs, and that's all of these facilities here on this spreadsheet. So existing and proposed facilities. This is the critical infrastructure, this is just water, associated with the major facility system. So these are all the construction costs goes into that portion of the pie. And then the third one is future bond debt that doesn't exist yet. So in my spreadsheet here, so we are responsible per the Mitigation Fee Act to pay our proportionate share of these three components. And in addition to the fees, staff is now imposing the condition to construct improvements that are part of the costs on this critical component list. So if you look at the spreadsheet, and this is going to apply to both sewer and water, you can see on the first line, we have 303 units. You have the fair share cost per unit for a total fee. And then you have construction. And what the city is saying that we should do per the current policy is to basically pay the fees, do the construction, and we have a cost associated with that in red. And you can see that that's more than our fair share for the project. On the next line, what we're proposing for, with the new proposed policy is instead of paying the whole fee and doing the construction, we're going to contribute our proportionate share of the fee, the construction cost portion of it, in actual physical infrastructure. This is infrastructure that the city can't bond for and they can't build right now. This is a construction requirement. Well, actually, it really isn't even a construction requirement of our tract. It wasn't part of our water modeling, but it is a construction requirement probably of everyone in the Northwest Village. So, as you mentioned, it helps the regional. It provides redundancy. It provides another source of water to this area. So our proposal is that we pay our proportionate share of the fee in construction, and then the balance is paid in actual cash. And we talked about that pie. On the next line, you see our fair share of bond debt, of the existing bond debt. So they've established a fair share. This $11,000 consists of X dollars for bond debt, existing bond debt, X dollars in construction, and X dollars in future finance. So I'm showing here that we will pay our fair share of existing bond debt. We're not going to say we're not going to pay that. You could see here, we're going to pay $1.5 million, of which $118,000 is existing bond debt. So we're going to pay over and above our fair share. So the same principle applies for the sewer major facilities. So we know that the city doesn't have money to build this critical infrastructure. We know that the critical infrastructure is needed for development to occur. City has responsibility as far as meeting their housing element needs, et cetera. So I think the direction is that you do want development. Well, we need a different way of doing business in Clovis. And I think that this is really a reasonable and an appropriate request based on the intent of the Mitigation Fee Act, and it provides both fairness and equity to all. So, recognizing there's no bonding capacity to install critical infrastructure, we realize that although changing city policy to routinely allow for fee credits represents a new way of doing business for Clovis. I know that we said that Harlan didn't get credits. I worked on the Harlan project, and I know that we had a $9 million project that we built a 42-inch line from the water treatment plant at Bullard all the way to Harlan Ranch, crossing the freeway. It was a $9 million project. And I know we received $6 million off the bat. I don't know if it was a credit, but I remember the numbers. And then $3 million came shortly thereafter. So it was a different, we didn't have bond debt back then. You didn't have the 2017 calculation. So it was different, but it's been done before, and it was the right thing to do. So we believe that the use of fee credits, it's still the most appropriate way to encourage the timely installation of community major water and sewer facilities that are necessary to serve the entire area. This isn't just a Wilson need. The sewer force mains serve the entire Heritage Grove area, everything north of Shepherd. So it's a community benefit, and for development to continue, it's needed. And I think that this is the way, it's kind of a win-win for both the development community to be able to continue to build, the city to not have to incur more bond debt to build these facilities. And I think it's going to be the norm now. I know that, some of the projects in Heritage Grove have a $9 million tank responsibility. I don't see a 300-unit project building a $9 million tank. So I think it's going to require some working together of the development community to start building this infrastructure. And I think that the fair way to go about it is to make sure that everyone pays their fair share of the bond debt and be allowed to use construction credits as an offset to the fee obligations. So that's my first item. I don't know if you have any questions regarding that.
I had a question, Gody. So let me go with the with credit line. So the fair share is $3.3 million.
Mm-hmm.
And so what you will actually pay in the end is the $1.58 million. Is that correct? The actual cash coming to us.
Correct.
Because your construction of this new line, the $1.8 million, is deducted from the fair share because it's already included in what you're doing. So
it's already included as part of the construction elements in the spreadsheet.
Okay. So what is the 118 then? Is that you're just breaking it down so that we see that of the 1.5 million, 118?
So you remember the pie chart?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So I think that Greg Bardini figured out it was like $400 was the fair share for each of these units for existing bond debt, and then it was like $6,000 for construction costs, your fair share of construction costs, and then there was I think it's about $5,000 for future bond debt. So the 118 is basically that portion of the pie. So for our 303 units, our portion, fair share portion of existing bond debt is $118,000 based on the formula.
Okay.
So we are, in essence, paying our fair share in that 1.5 million.
And you are okay that even though that's your fair share, we're going to use your 1.5, 100% of that into the fee, into the debt.
Well,
even though that is your fair share, that was my. It doesn't get split up like this anymore.
I mean, in a perfect world, you pay your proportionate share of bond debt, and they, there's, I guess, there's a portion that goes to this theoretical future bond debt, and then whatever was portion of the construction should go in the bank towards construction of the infrastructure here.
Okay.
I know that's not how it works right now, but I think that's how it should work.
Thank you, Gordon.
Goldie, just looking at where we're at up here, staff is requesting that we deny the request to allow deferred payment of the water supply fee. We pay $1.5 million annually for that water access.
That's the next one.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll talk about that too. This is with respect to the major facilities fees
Okay,
credits.
all right,
And you have
um,
bond debt associated with that as well.
Okay, let me change my tactics then. We discussed the improvements on the south side of Shepherd. Would that also be included in the sewer major?
Nope, it's coming up though.
Never mind.
Okay.
Carry on, Goldie.
Okay, so that's our request basically to allow a new policy change to allow the development community to obtain credits for this critical infrastructure that they're installing to benefit the community as a whole. It's not project related, it's for the community as a whole.
Goldie, though, how do you respond to the concern that if you allow a credit, we don't have the cash that's needed to do all the other things that people have already talked about? I think that's right? Giving you a credit's one thing, but we still need $1.8 million or whatever that number is.
And I understand that, and I think, but the point is, we're paying our fair share, so you're asking us to bear more financial responsibility. And as I understand it, the way the bonds work is basically fees pay bonds, and then the backstop are the users. And
so if we don't have
all
enough
different ways of calculating the fees,
Yeah.
and I think, smarter people than me need to get in the room and figure this out. So I am
Probably
by no
not many
means a
people.
fee expert, but I'm
Yeah.
just looking for fairness and equity here for all of us.
No, I mean, not many people are smarter than you, so I'm like, you could go, you could be in the room. I, on the other hand, not going in the room. But I think that's the rub right now, so sort of this is changing horses in the middle of the stream. This makes sense, but I don't know if the math works out in our current debt structure. That's why this is probably common going forward. It's just not common to applying to the debt and the structure we have right now. That's what I think staff must be going, wait, you can't just take away $1.some million, because it's just going to leave a hole somewhere else. So we're going to pass it on down that little chart to the last bubble, which was users, right? That's where the struggle is, I think.
No, and I understand
I
that.
know.
And there's more than one way to crunch numbers. But I'm looking at, equity and fairness and the legal mitigation fee act, the appropriateness of it.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
it's
Can
not
I
perfect, but there needs to be changes.
So, and I have to ask staff respond as well. So, ultimately, in the end, you will pay, or it's just that 1.5 million is what you're paying
Right.
fees. And then, if you were reimbursed in the perfect world, would that still be the same amount? Like, if we have money already right now, your 1.8 will be back to you already anyway.
Right.
How much will we still get? How do we get from the 5 million to the 3 million if we have money to pay you back the 1.8 right away?
My obligation is still the 3 million.
So it's still-
So it, whether it's in construction and cash, my obligation should be the 3.3. So if you had money in the bank right now and could write a check for this 1.8, that'd be great.
Okay. So I want to ask the staff.
It would be great.
Fabulous. And
So is it accurate that if we had money in the end, they would only be paying the 3.380 million? Is that correct? If we had if it was a perfect world?
That's correct.
Okay, and because we don't, then we're taking their 1.8 because we can't reimburse it, and that is sort of their total project cost. That's why I do have that 5.1 million. To them, the cost to them is that 5.1 million.
Yeah.
But they're really only just paying the 3.3. The other 1.8 is sitting there getting to be reimbursed.
I should probably make a quick clarification, just in case there was some confusion. I had an estimated 5.2 million for the construction work that they had, and she has a 1.8.
Okay.
So there's a mistake there, and the numbers kind of look like the other 5.2. So hopefully that doesn't get confusing. Okay. But yes, for their construction of 1.8, they would be getting reimbursed that in the future, so the cost that they incurred would be the same, it's just they would have to hold on to that, they would have to finance or, you know, not be paid back for a while for that. That's the big difference between what they're requesting and what we are.
And this potentially can be a new way going forward, but not that it's the current way, but this potentially can be a new way going forward, working this way. And so we'll be collecting 1.5 million because of the credit, but then we get the major facilities built.
So I'll go back to why we believe it's not a good way to go is talk about fairness and equity for the project. Well, if you give them credits, then you're not giving fairness and equity to the current users. You're shifting the burden from the development to the existing users. So that's the big difference between giving credits, since the users would have to backstop if we can't pay the bond.
And the only way to not be an issue is if there's enough development where we collect enough, even if this is the policy, that if we collect enough, we're not putting the users.
Correct.
But then there's a risk, like you said, that
Correct.
it's gonna.
Yes.
Okay.
A couple of things. On the 1.8, what Thad mentioned is we're going to have to bear the financial burden on that for 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, you know. So $1 million at 8% interest is $80,000 a year. We will not get reimbursed for that money. So there's not a lot of equity there either. So just wanted to bring that up. And then, once again, the fair share, we believe, based on how the fee is calculated, that we are paying our fair share of bond debt. There's always more than one way to calculate a fee, and it's obvious that there's some things that we need to look at with respect to the city and the industry with respect to how this fee is calculated to come up with a better system. Ho, ho, ho.
Okay.
Okay.
Thad, so this 1.8 million is what it costs to build this new line that we're having this project build. And that that line is spread amongst all the potential units that we calculated in the Northwest. If they all came in, all the developers came in together and said, we'll all pay our fair share of that 1.8. So there's no more reimbursement, right? Because we're all paying 100% of it. We would still only get that 3.3 million, but we won't get that 1.8 anymore because they all built it and there's no more reimbursement because they're paying the fair share. So is that a scenario as well where they all get together and they say, the city's charging all 5 of us. I'm coming in first. I have to pay this 1.8. But if all 5 of us go in, city gets none of that 1.8. We don't get reimbursed because we're only paying our fair share. City now still only just gets 3.3 mil. Is that correct?
So if you knew exactly how many developers were developing, then that would make sense. But I think the only way to go they could split it up, and the burden could be across 5 major developers if they want to do that. But I think the best way would still be to reimburse them, though, not just take it out of the fee structure. Because if you do that, then those 5 developers would be taking the burden instead of however many developers there could be in the city.
So there's no scenario in which 100% of the homes responsible can pay for this 1.8, so that way there's no reimbursement?
If I'm thinking if developers got together and wanted to do that, then I think the issue still comes back to the fact if you take that out of their fee obligation and then we don't have enough money to pay our debt service, then the user's going to have to back that. And then the users will end up paying for development. The problem is it still comes back to that.
Do you see the confusion I have? Like if we were gonna reimburse it anyway, they're just paying it all right now. So I don't know why we keep wanting that 1.8 million to pay for this debt. We're gonna pay them back, but if they all agree and they say, we'll pay it all, 1.8, it's 5 of us who we are conditioning them. We'll never see that 1.8 is what I'm trying to say. So if they came up with that, we would only see 3.3 because legally that's all we have. The 1.8 we have to give back anyway. So, but yet you keep saying we want that 1.8 because we need that money right now to pay for this debt.
It's all about timing. The same reason that they don't want to do it is that they would have to carry that burden on until we can get reimbursed them. The same reason is the city doesn't want to do it.
I do want to ask a process question here. We could be here till midnight, and it's not getting any better. I mean, it's getting muddier, sorry. But I think the point, so I guess I'm just asking my colleagues and staff, this is why it's a staff question. We are not engineers by any stretch. I think we've uncovered some opportunities to maybe rethink it. I don't get the impression that we're quite ready to change the horse in the middle of the stream or some silly sentence today, but I don't think we're going to get there at 9:30 at night on a Monday night. I want to hear other people that have comments, but Stan looked like he wants to talk. I don't know. I worry that we're not going to solve this problem tonight. There's just no way that the 4 of us are going to come up with a policy that's going to change everything about the way this fee gets calculated. Am I wrong about that? I mean, that's really not what we're capable of doing.
Correct.
Okay, correct. So I'm just, from a process perspective, I want to hear what people say. This is why we said multiple times we need to have a workshop where this is all we talk about, and we start at 6 o'clock. Starting at 8 o'clock or 7:30, this is just not good, because we're not capable of making the decision. I don't know how to manage the process from here, except to say we can dissect every one of these boxes on the spreadsheet. It'll be 11 o'clock, and we'll be like, well, I don't know. What do you want to do now? So I don't know how to solve for that, but this is not going to get us to a resolution tonight. So I don't know what my colleagues have thoughts, or staff have thoughts, or applicant has thoughts. We're just not going to get there. Not to be pessimistic. And I don't want to be doing this at midnight.
Actually, I was going to have a very similar comment at the end of this. We got here with decisions that past councils made where we took the burden on, instead of saying development, do a CFD, do a Mello-Roos, you make it happen. And we also shouldn't make a city policy change without the input of the next city manager. And so I think deferring, letting the development community work with staff, come up with ideas, and to Lynn's point, doing a workshop of some type where everybody can get their opinions out, and then we as council give direction to staff on what we think the policy should be. And by that time, we'll have our new city manager on, and they will be able to make their own opinion known. I am troubled a little bit. I have to, and I don't know, I don't expect anybody to answer the question, but if I go to $5 million into debt, putting in a line, I'm going to ask the end user, the person who buys the house, to pay for that. And I find it difficult to believe that the development community doesn't get a portion of that money in the sale, the profit of the sale of that house. So, you know, maybe that's where it needs to come down to. It's like, you built it, roll it over to them, yeah, it's going to cost more money, which is one of the reasons that the council 20 years ago didn't want to do Mello-Roos and CFDs, because it would increase the cost of houses, and we wanted to make sure that people had affordable access to affordable housing. but this is the unintended consequence, that now we've taken on the burden, and we probably shouldn't have done that in retrospect. I mean, we look at what we went through when and I was one of the proponents for this, so I have to take the hit for it. When we changed our PERS for public safety to 3% at 50, we got it for zero money. Didn't cost us a penny, and now the discount fee is in the high 40s. We didn't anticipate that. If we had known that, we probably would have said, no, this is not a good idea. And to Harry's credit, Harry said, no, we don't know where this is going to go. And maybe he was right. In fact, in his hospital bed, Harry said to me, I was fixing his phone, and he said to me, well, I don't want you to have to pay for that. And I said, that's okay. I make a really good retirement thanks to you. And he goes, I voted against that. and we joked about it. But I think we should potentially just approve number 4, and 1, 2, and 3 get deferred until staff meets with the development community, fleshes this out, and then we have a workshop. That's just my opinion.
And I didn't mean to throw a wet blanket on anything, which I know I just did, but I just don't see a resolution in any constructive way with this group and you trying to go through a spreadsheet and everyone else that has a similar spreadsheet to get us to an end point. I just don't see it. It's 9:30 at night.
A couple more points. I mean, I don't think we'd be here if we were working together. We're at an impasse here. So.
Understand. So we got to figure out a way to get past the impasse. I don't think we're the 4 of us are your impasse at all. I think we've just made it 4 times more complicated, honestly. Sorry.
Okay. There is one thing you mentioned to approve number 4, and I want to, one thing about number 4, and I understand that there's probably a couple of people in the room that aren't in support of us jumping ahead of the line for center travel lane. So I just want to throw out an idea that may be a win-win for everyone. The outside travel lane for Area 1 is very well funded. There's $5.8 million. And Matt, your question is, how much do they owe? $4.8 million as of October 1st. So it's very well funded. So my suggestion is, you can borrow from one fund to and pay it back. So instead of jumping ahead of everyone else that's, waited in line, I'm suggesting that we get reimbursed from Area 1 outside travel lane that's very well funded, no one's in line, and then put that amount in line behind everyone else. It seems like the fair and reasonable thing to do, and it's good for everyone.
Yeah. And again, I'm sure you're all like, what is she saying? But I don't see a way. I want to make sure we can keep going if we want to keep going. I just don't see a way that's going to be any clearer at midnight than it is right now. So I guess the impasse question is, how do we get past that? And I think that if you in fact are at an impasse, I think we're asking for changes in ways we do major fees going forward. That's what the question we've been talking about for 2.5 years. We just can't keep doing the same thing. So I don't know that there's any disagreement about that, but I don't know. Anybody else? Do you want to keep going? We can go till midnight. I'm good with this. I just don't know. I don't know where this is going to end up, frankly.
Yeah, I'm a little bit more confused about the 1.8 million actually now than I was before. So, to me, it seems logical that anybody who pays for the construction cost is just the fee credit type thing. But I understand we have people in line that got to get paid as well. So, where we could look at something from a logical standpoint going forward potentially, but there may be reasons why we can't do that too. So, to me, it's very complicated with trying to figure out, how do we take care of the prior debt for those who did the projects as well. So.
Yeah, we could act on this. This is the item before us. We can act on these tonight. Yes, no, whatever, and move on. We can continue it and trying to keep work on it. We could find somebody to mediate the impasse, somebody who's smarter than all of us and with a different view. I don't know. I mean, help me. Or you want, I mean, we can keep going until midnight. I don't see any resolution at all.
I almost think this really, when you talk about workshops and stuff, is that, you know, maybe in the near future, it's a special council session where we can just sit down and talk about this, whether it's, we start at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, as opposed to 6 o'clock at night, and have, you know, the whole development community there to listen to all these different proposals and talks, and our staff, and, you know, because we get bits and pieces of it, right? I mean, we're gonna hear from tonight's development, team, and then, you know, at the next development, it's gonna be their idea on what they think we should do, or we have the BIA who gives us a suggestion, so.
And the BIA is supportive of the credits. It was in the correspondence from Jeff Reed.
I think we've been asking for a way to have a different conversation. This is the same thing we always end up doing. It's at 10 o'clock at night, and that's what I worry about. I don't know, say something, somebody.
Madam Mayor, if I could, I would just ask staff, I don't know, so I would just ask for your information. Is there a reason why this particular item couldn't wait for a month or something for a workshop? These 4 particular requests from Wilson. Is there some urgency to get these done tonight, next week, whenever?
I think the only item that has a time frame on it that's right now would be the water supply fee. Because tonight the track map went to council for acceptance through consent. With that, they had to pay their fees with the map, and currently we have a check in hand for those fees, and they're requesting to defer those fees. If we wait, we would have to cash the check and pay those fees.
And it's a $700,000 fee. Someone asked about that.
So I guess my recommendation is if you were to act on something right now, you'd have to recommend you act at least on the water supply fee request.
And Goldie, I would like to hear your argument with number 1, because I don't know your position on it. We've heard the staff, so.
Okay. So I'm sure you're aware, the majority of the fees are developable until occupancy. I mean, street fees, park fees, most of the sewer and water fees. The water supply is not one of those fees, unfortunately. So I'm sure some of you are aware of recently passed legislation, SB 937. It was enacted to ensure that cities can continue to make progress toward their housing goals due to ever-increasing costs of home building. We all know that's happening. It allows builders to delay payments till occupancy, which reduces our financing costs and basically allows projects to pencil. So, and from a practical perspective, I think, Drew, you mentioned it, we don't really need the water until you have someone turning on the faucet. So from a practical perspective, it makes sense to defer this fee. So, so we appreciate your consideration of this request. I think it's in the spirit of the newly passed legislation, and it does make a difference to us as far as financing and making projects pencil.
So I would ask staff to reiterate why we don't support that and why 937 does not apply. And I'll look to Scott.
Staff or Scott, I mean, so 937 I don't think strictly applies to a water supply fee because it's not building a facility or an improvement. 937 definitely would require that for major facilities and other types of facility improvements. It would apply to move the date of collection of those fees to occupancy rather than at building permit or final map approval or whenever. But the water supply fee we don't think applies in that context. So it wouldn't strictly be covered by 937 in the spirit, as Goldie mentioned, in the spirit of it. Yeah, I mean, I guess in the spirit of it, all fees could be deferred perhaps till occupancy, but the state hasn't.
That sounds great.
All in favor, say aye.
The state hasn't imposed that yet. So the state has not imposed that for all fees, only certain fees, and we don't think the water supply fee is one of those fees.
We don't think that, or we know that it's not?
Our interpretation is it's not covered by
It's
937.
not covered by the
Correct. But I guess John's question to staff was, I don't know.
To explain again, why we don't support that and the $35 million debt that we've incurred and what we're using the monies for.
Yeah, I think another point too is it would take a change to the municipal code to allow that also. But points are up here. The deferred payments would widen the gap between the collection of the city's obligation for the water entitlement and the banking payments, and such deferment risks undermine the city's ability to secure water supplies currently for the current and future needs.
And just keep in mind that this tract map is almost 600 units, so we're talking about potentially 4 to 6 years of development. So we're talking about deferring fees for units 4 to 6 years.
If I may, I'd like to also add, Thad did mention as part of our process going through LAFCO, when this area was brought into the city's sphere and annexation, there was a finding that needed to be made that there was a water supply, and that was made, and that's a requirement that was made to the LAFCO.
And that finding is based on a fee to make that so, to build the infrastructure to provide the water.
Yeah, it's not for infrastructure. It's
I mean, for the water itself.
The ability to have the water.
Yeah. For the water itself. Got it.
So, Mayor, if I may, I know you're asking for kind of a workshop, which we can always have a workshop and we can continue the discussion. I'd like to kind of maybe circle back to the key takeaway points. Again, there are development impact fees that are required of projects as they come forward. Technical studies are being done, and studies are demonstrating that major facilities are needed to support development. So there's the uncommon territory that's now common. And as we continue to grow in the Northwest, these major facilities are going to be necessary. And the city is just not in a position financially to build those facilities. So the real problem we have in front of us is, do we continue to allow development to occur if we cannot build the infrastructure that's needed? If the city isn't in a position to build it, and we want to consider a different funding mechanism, a fee credit. If we allow fee credits, then that means the development impact fees that we are collecting are reduced. And if they're reduced to such a point that we can't make our bond debt, we're now transferring that burden to the users. And we will continually be in that kind of cycle until our bond debt is paid off. So while we can definitely have the discussion, and I think a workshop is good and it's prudent, what won't change is we owe $10 million every year to cover the sewer and the water. And if we're going to continue to develop in the Northwest, major infrastructure is needed.
Goldie, would Wilson consider doing a CFD or a Melrose or whatever? You don't want to do any of that?
No. It just costs Wilson more money.
Would it though?
Yes. I mean, to do look at your budget and look at your bonds that you have in place. It's just a bond. And I mean, I think you have a $2.5 million debt payment and $500,000 in handling charges. So I mean, it just costs more and more. It'll put us at an economic disadvantage. So,
so when the city says to you, we don't have any money to do this, we just don't have any money, what will you do? What will you do? Build in Madera? Just kidding. I'm not kidding. But I mean, I think that's the impasse in my mind. That's the impasse.
No,
we can noodle around with a spreadsheet or this or that, but that, to me, that's the question. We can't keep doing this. And going farther in debt to keep doing this seems weird.
Right, and then to ask us or another developer to do the same thing, pay your fee and also build it, well, now it's, instead of one, now it's two.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I know, I hear you.
So there has to be some way, somehow, for building to continue and to find an equitable way to move it forward.
How come we can't find that?
If it is a workshop and we can make some progress, that would be great, but, back to what staff said, it's no matter the way you slice it up, it's difficult on all sides.
Who's the smartest person on the planet that knows how to do this stuff, besides our staff and your staff?
David Talsick.
Who?
David Talsick.
And I say that with all, with all full respect for staff. I just think, at some point, we've thought about this for so long, you just can't think about it anymore. Like, I can't think of any other new ideas. It's the same thing over and over. I mean, I don't know how to break the impasse. I don't think the council can do it for you, so maybe that's our failing, or that, at least for myself. I don't feel like this is good government at all to help come up with a policy based on this much engineering that I can do. So that's what scares me. But I don't know how to break the mold of, we need the money now. I get that. I don't think the new city manager of any kind is going to help us, because it's just, we just know what we know. So I just worry about that. I don't know.
Well, Mayor, if I may, I mean, in looking at this, and so I see that we get half of what we're supposed to get, 3.3 million. On another one, we only get 750,000 less. So I look at it and go, does this spur or promote what the plans we've already had, to where we will still collect enough, because the fee credits allowed construction to go, but also allow the projects to go, where we'll get enough? Because I look at it as, if they built it, we're going to pay them anyway. And so I've always looked at it that way. So whether it's today, which is in a fee credit, or 10 years, we got the benefit. We have that in mind. And so if it made it where, okay, they get that credit, they were supposed to pay 3.3 million, but now they pay 1.5. Are there enough projects to where, if this happened, where it motivated the plans to be built faster, we might be okay, because the credits are there. And so that's why I want to see that math, to where if you do this, even if all the things are built, we ain't got enough. We got to collect those extra dollars and pay them back later, so that way we have that money now, which I think that's a weird way for us to do things, because if they're owed it anyway, we can only calculate it based on the actual fee over here, instead of estimating both to get the 5.1. That's why I see the fees, where it's really this line, and we're getting a little bit less, so can we still operate with that?
And there is a benefit, because you're not going to incur future bond debt.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I think our biggest struggle is, what do we do with the current people in line? To me, that's a bigger issue than how we move forward.
Well, the current debt we have, so there's that. If this doesn't adequately generate enough money to pay the current debt, but it gets you guys paid back, and then there's 7 people in line, we're here to say, don't do that. So, and your idea is interesting, taking from another outside travel lane. What a funny bank account.
Yeah.
But anyway, from the outside travel lane account, I don't know anything about that, and I don't know the staff's probably had any time to really process that until this very second. So that's why this is hard, because maybe you shared this all with staff. Have you guys seen this before? So I think that's what's hard. I appreciate it, and I love that it's like, how about this? That is how we're going to kind of break through it. I think I am 21 years in this business. I don't know how to move forward right now. We can act on these. We can continue it. You're saying, you wrote a letter that said you would pay the fees in protest, right? Right? You paid the fee because you want to get your map going. Is that right?
On the water major facility.
Right. So.
Because we believe that's going to change.
I mean, this is everything that I never wanted to have happen because we're doing a project policy mix-up and we can't see our way through it. So I'm looking for guidance from staff on what to do because I don't know what to do, or my colleagues.
But Mayor, this is why I would like two of us in this subcommittee where we are actually meeting with both parties, so that way we can be in it. Because the difficulty of what's been going on is we meet with you, we have great, then we come over here and then, okay. So depending on how much time we have, now we're answering those questions here again. And it's very difficult. But if we have a subcommittee of people who are interested in wanting to be, you know, not the decision makers, but the people who actually go deal with this and sit with both sides, I think it'll help answer some of the questions of the council directly instead of having to do it here.
I'm not a fan of that. I think that's politically not smart. But I mean, all four of us could sit down and hear it all at the same time. I mean, I think that'd put the two people that were in the room in kind of a difficult space because then we'd just be mad at you or whatever.
But this is a public meeting. If we do it the other way, we can really, really ask questions that sometimes you hold back, potentially. Or that is, this setting is very different than in a committee meeting in which we can really dig into and ask, you know, that's my.
Well, I mean, I think I used the word workshop overused, but I mean, spending 4 hours on just this topic at 4 o'clock in the afternoon is way better than spending 4 hours on this topic at 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah, the fee as it exists today, I mean, there's some issues with it. It looks like both the major facilities fees need some work, and I would recommend that we get someone smarter than me to take a look at it.
I don't disagree with that. I just cut that whole conversation off. I didn't really mean to do that, but I guess I kind of did. Well, so anybody else wanted to comment from the audience? If it's longer than 12 seconds, I'm just kidding.
This will not be. Brandon DeYoung Properties. I wasn't really expecting this to drag on this long, but
me neither.
Yeah, I guess no one really did. But basically, two things. Number one, our company would generally be supportive of what Wilson's proposals are, provided that they are equally applied in the future to other developers, such as us, who have other developments in this same region. So that's a critical thing to keep in mind going forward beyond what the decision is on these matters. The other thing is kind of what you're touching on here. I would definitely suggest seeking out counsel from others. Let's not reinvent the wheel here, right? We're one city in America and California. Clearly, this must have been hashed out elsewhere at a different time. Let's find that solution that's already been hashed out by someone else before. That's what I would recommend. If this were a situation in my own company, I would suggest that. So this seems prudent to suggest that for this scenario as well. That's it.
Good job. 14 seconds. I'm just kidding. I wasn't counting. Thanks, Brendan.
Good evening, Mayor Ashbeck, Council. Drew Phelps here representing Woodside Homes. We are one of the folks who are currently in line for the center travel lane fee, so I'll speak a little bit specifically to that. But I would say as part of the overarching conversation, I think for me it comes down to, are we talking about a specific exception here, or are we talking about setting policy? If we're talking about an exception, Woodside is opposed across the board to all of these proposals. If we're talking about policy, I think there's a lot that we can, as a development community, agree on. I would love to see fee credits applicable for major facilities fees, and I do believe that there's some merit to what Wilson is proposing in terms of the regional significance of certain projects. But I think, to your point earlier, Mayor Ashbeck, I think it's a more fleshed out conversation that needs to happen around a policy like that, where we establish a specific set of criteria that allows a project to jump the line ahead of others. It may be the case that this particular project meets those criteria, but I think instead of having a conversation of someone who wants to jump the line, for lack of a better term, and those who are already in line, rather than pitting these folks together, as a whole development community, we need to come together, work with staff, and be able to come up with a policy to where we can establish those criteria. Because, you know, speaking specifically again to the center travel lane now, as a development community, we all approach projects the same way, right? We look at the set of rules, we apply those rules, we build them into our pro forma, and we make an assumption about when we may be able to get reimbursed, what that cost is going to look like. We have robust conversations with staff. We do a lot of research on what the policy is at the time that our project is being approved. Once we're vested, to an extent, we're locked in. But that's you know, establishing the playing field, right? We all know the rules. We all play by the rules. And, you know, some folks, they get creative. They look at ways of offsetting cost. You know, there have been instances that I've seen where if you have fee credits that you may not be able to use in the near future, you may be able to come to an agreement with another developer who needs those fee credits, and you can do an assignment agreement, and they pay you directly for those credits. So there are options available to developers who want to go down this path, and looking at a project from the very beginning, you can typically evaluate those options and then decide whether or not to move forward with the project. So I would just say that, you know, if we're looking at making a policy change here, I may be supportive of some of that. Woodside may be supportive of some of that. We would just need to have a much more detailed conversation and a much more detailed, transparent, clear process of what the rules are going to be and how we can all play by them. Thank you.
Thanks, Drew. Anyone else? All right. Did you want to say anything else, Todd? You look like you're going to say something.
I would just like to say we do agree with that we do need to vote on, item number 1.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, colleagues.
Lynn?
Mayor,
Yes.
if I could just ask staff
Yeah.
to be provided the opportunity to respond to some of the
Yeah.
questions raised, and also, Thad, Renee, I want you to make sure that you cover the impact of the city's cash flow position should these be approved, and then where does the money come from to pay the bond payment if we don't have the cash flow?
Sure. Okay, so I'll try to explain again. So the city currently has debt, bond debt of $10 million. We owe that every year. Currently, as development occurs and development impact fees are paid, which it fluctuates from year to year, we take that money in and we first pay our bond debt, and we set money aside to do capital projects, and then we reimburse the development community, and last would be the users. That's for major facilities. If we do not collect enough money to make our bond debt, then John's asking, who makes up that difference? The shortfall is covered by the users. And that's important to note because we have that bond debt until 2028 for water and until 2038 for sewer.
And users, you mean we would pass on a rate increase to the current homeowners in the city of Clovis?
That is correct, because the city doesn't have the financial resources to cover that debt. So, again, I think having a workshop and a discussion really diving into this is good. It won't change what we owe. So if we do consider some form of credit, we just need to understand the risk that we take on, which is we don't collect enough funding.
So the bottom line is going to be that we'd be collecting fewer revenues to pay the bond payment, and that cost would be passed on to the existing users.
John and Renee, I'm understanding more and more now, like we're using major facilities to pay bond debt. Not really to build it, but we're looking at that as a payment we can get because they're gonna, so am I reading it wrong, or are we relying on that? I thought.
So development impact fees are collected, and those fees, if we have a year where we collect a lot of development impact fees and we make our bond debt and there's excess dollars, then we start to put those monies aside for future capital projects. and/or the potential to repay developers that have installed those major facilities. That's in a year, you know, where we've collected a lot of money, maybe it's a few years of collection. I think we do have some monies that have been collected and set aside, but it's certainly, it's not enough to get down to that third tier for the major facilities. Again, the uncharted territory is typically the city builds those major facilities. So we're not often in a situation where we're saying, okay, development community, you're going to pay your development impact fees and you're going to construct these major facilities. It's only been recently that we've had to be in that predicament, and that's because we don't have the infrastructure in that northwest area. So because of that, they're paying their fees, their full, as Goldie said it, full fair share of their fees, and they're having to build that major facility because it's necessary to support that development. And then at some point down the road, when we have the funds available, they will be reimbursed 100% of that construction cost. So you mentioned or asked a question earlier, what if these developers all band together and they build it, then nobody owes any money. You know, they've funded that. I think you referenced $1.8 million. The reality is those 4 or 5 developers are not all of the development that's going to happen in that northwest area. So now instead of reimbursing maybe one developer, in this case, Wilson, for constructing that water line, now you're going to be potentially reimbursing 4 or 5 developers down the road because they've each paid, you know, some share of that cost. Because again, this is above and beyond their development impact fees, which is necessary. You know, that infrastructure is necessary. It's needed now. We didn't talk a lot about this tonight, and I hopefully this doesn't add, sorry, Mayor, a layer of confusion. But the city has worked really hard, staff across all departments, to really help try to facilitate development, and we've allowed development to borrow from our current capacity so they can continue to build. We're at a point where you can't borrow anymore. There's no more room. We have to build this infrastructure. It's needed. It's necessary. It's just, unfortunately, we can't build it. We don't have the resources to do that. So it's kind of a double whammy here. We got to pay our debt. If we don't collect enough money, the users pick up the shortfall, and we need this major infrastructure built to support development so it can continue. I hope that helped and I didn't add any confusion.
Oh, it couldn't get any more confusing. All right, council, what's your pleasure here? There's actions before us. We could not take them. We could act on them to the applicant's request. We could act on them and direct staff to work with the building folks to bring whoever that man that you just said, Jeff David, whatever his name is, or somebody who can kind of look at this objectively. I think we're all so far into this, it's super hard to find our way out. Is there a pleasure for the council?
Well, I think we were all okay with the first one, right? Allow for a deviation from city policy regarding reimbursements within Street Area 1. That was recommended.
Can I clarify real quick?
I don't think we are in favor of that.
Yeah.
We're in favor.
I just need to clarify. In my presentation, I flipped the order, so the water supply fee is actually number 4 on the council report.
So the only one you're requesting,
Sorry, I confused you.
The only one you're suggesting approval is the street area 1 around Shepherd.
The one that I believe you should act on tonight is the water supply fee.
Wait, what did you say?
On our agenda, it's A, correct? He's got it number 4 up there, but.
Oh, okay. Right.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Okay.
You're right. Yeah. A is now D up there, but D is now A here.
Oh, my Lord in heaven.
You're right. That's why I was confused too, Matt. I agree with Matt. I think we can safely make that decision, or at least from my perspective, to allow the deviation, which is D up there, but A in the agenda. Is that correct? It's D up there, but A on the agenda?
Yeah.
No, it's
A, so,
Now, he just changed the slide now. It's a new slide. Right, now it matches. It wasn't a minute ago.
Okay.
Scott, do you want a motion for A through D individually?
I want to make sure you're clear. So
Yeah, well, that ship also sailed a long time ago.
I think there was a lot of discussion about kicking perhaps all 4 items for a subsequent meeting or subsequent discussion. But then it became clear, I think, from staff and Mr. Wilson, that it sounds like we need a decision tonight on only item D up there, the water supply fee. That's the only one that we really need a decision on tonight. If the council is inclined to wait for a more robust discussion at a workshop, because it really deals with policy issues, not a specific project issue, items A, B, and C might be better served to be held off for that meeting. But item D, the water supply fee only, is the one that I think staff and the applicant are requesting a decision on tonight.
How much is the check that Wilson has to write for the water supply fee?
just shy of 700,000.
I'm sorry, how much?
700,000.
Okay.
That's for their first phase of this track.
And in the opinion of staff, if we don't collect that fee, what's the percentage-wise ballpark that the fees for somebody, for a user, is going to go up? I mean, if we don't collect that money, there's so-and-so, it is a low percentage that at the end of the year, when we collect all the money in, we're going to have to raise the fees. Is it a low percentage, medium, or high percentage? Is that clear?
The question is clear, but it is a very difficult one to answer because I don't know how development is going to proceed every year.
Okay.
We do have a lot of developments going through the process, but not too many that are at the end of the process to build, so I would say it might be pretty high at this point.
I frankly don't know that we need to make that decision tonight. Maybe we would defer the check payment for the fee when we consider the remainder of these. I mean, is that unfair?
I was just going to ask, Todd, how is deferring affecting your moving forward?
Because we need this fee, my understanding is it needs to be paid to move our map forward, so the city's comfortable signing our final map and then sending it to the county to be recorded. So it would be our wish that the council would defer that payment, and staff is saying, no, we want Wilson to pay it. And we have put a check up for that amount, but we are asking for that amount to be deferred. The $700,000.
That is correct, but keep in mind it's municipal code that says it's non-deferrable, so the code would have to change.
Yeah, the current request, this particular fee is not one of the fees that's referred to in the municipal code that's allowed to be deferred. That doesn't mean the council can't defer it, but I'm not sure exactly what the request is. Defer till when? Occupancy? Is that what they're asking for? Okay.
Yeah, the deferral covenant says occupancy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would that be full occupancy, or when the first set of houses?
As each unit closes, you pay a portion of that fee.
Yeah, I don't know that I would be supportive of that. I would be supportive of we defer it until when they hit 10%. I'm just throwing a number out there. When they hit 10% occupancy, then the full fee is applicable.
Okay, I'm going to say something I'm going to regret. This is exactly what we were trying to avoid, and I am beyond the edge about why we're here. I'm so frustrated, as you could tell. can you pay the fee now, and if we can figure out a way to do it, we pay you back? I'm not willing to make any change in any of this right now. I think we are so far gone on this deal.
Yeah, if that's where you are, then we're fine with that.
I mean, if that's what it takes to move your map, it's 10:30 at night, I've said it 12 times. We should have done this 2 years ago. I'm done with talking about this here in this format, sorry. But can you pay the fee? We'll take the fee and we'll figure it out. If we can find a way to reduce the fee, give you a credit, I don't know.
Figure it out.
$10 a day for the rest.
Pay the fee and then figure out another time.
Figure it out. If that's what you need to move the map.
Yeah, and we would like to, if we can, get the workshop going in sometime in January.
Yeah, yes. I mean.
It'd be very helpful.
We are spinning around in this. So, sorry to be cranky, but that's what, I don't want to make, I don't, take it all the way it is. Just leave it the way it is, do what staff says up there, or whatever people want to do, and then we'll figure out a way to pay you back if we can figure that out. I just can't, there's no other way to get through it. I appreciate you saying 10% of this occupants, again.
That's a workshop then.
Exactly. We cannot do that right now. Sorry.
I appreciate what Todd said, but process-wise, I would feel that for this one, I would have to agree with the staff. Because unless you make an ordinance amendment request change, how do you go against your own ordinance, Council?
You can't. That's the point.
I know, so that's why they have to pay the entire fee. If they, and there's no reimbursement.
I'm sorry.
That's what I'm trying to say, yeah. Because we have the ordinance on the book, so all I'm saying is, if it's a law, just follow it. And if they didn't like the law, bring the ordinance amendment, and then we can talk about this D by itself. Then, I look at it that way. Because there is an ordinance.
That's right.
And so.
Right, so let's just do that. I'll do those, and we'll pay you back if we figure it out. I honestly don't know what else to do right now. I'm sorry. This is beyond the pale. So, I'll make a motion, because I'm obnoxious right now, to follow staff recommendations and the items that are, up there now.
Each of them?
Sure. Isn't that what we said?
Well,
We agree with A, that we should defer the street area, and we're gonna just stay with denying the rest until we have a workshop, or you wanna continue them, is that your thought?
well, I thought that's what I heard, at least the majority of the council wanting to do, and staff, I think, and the applicant, again, were highlighting only item D, the water supply fee, which was the one that they wanted a decision on now. But even that, I mean, to be honest with you, even if you approve it tonight.
Let's see if the motion
Yeah.
has a second first.
Yeah, it doesn't change the ability of the council to, at a later date in January or whenever this workshop happens, to reconsider the water supply fee as part of an overall ordinance amendment that would perhaps allow different or more fees to be deferred than what is currently in the ordinance. So, but for purposes of tonight, if you want to make that decision on item D, that's certainly your prerogative.
Okay, there's no second, so someone else make a different motion. I can't remember the motion.
I'm going to do it individually, okay? I'm going to make a motion to support item D with the caveat that should we get into some discussion and agreement in which there is some reimbursement for the water supply fee, that be allowed.
And Mayor Pro Tem, when you say support, are you saying?
Supporting the denial of the request. So in other words, they're paying the full fee.
Correct.
Yeah, that's what I want. They're paying the full fee.
Denying the request.
Yeah.
So with staff's recommendation.
You have to just deny it.
Okay.
Second.
All right, there's a motion to deny the request to deviate from the municipal code for the deferment of the water supply fee, and then to be open to re-look at it and adjust if we figure out a different way to pay you back. There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on that? All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 4 in favor, 1 absent. All right.
I'll make a motion to continue A, B, and C to a date uncertain, John? Okay, to a date uncertain, to have workshops regarding these and have policy discussions regarding A, B, and C.
Second.
Other discussion? All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4 with 1 absent. That was ridiculous. Thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
Bye. All right, city manager comments.
I have none.
What?
I have none, given the hour.
Council comments. Drew.
I will be headed to Dallas on Wednesday to be part of a TV series called Bloodline Detectives, and they're doing a show on a serial killer that we arrested here, a serial rapist that we arrested here in Clovis.
Not part of your bloodline.
Not part of my bloodline. I was the lead investigator.
That's cool.
And, he was wanted for serial rapes and murders, and fortunately has died in prison. But I'm going to be interviewed on that show, so that'll be.
That's cool.
It'll showcase some of the good work that we did as an agency.
That's cool. Matt.
Had a North Kings water meeting, and there was nothing new that came out of that right now, other than we were projected to be on course for, water this year. Pending rain, obviously. I went to the senior center Thanksgiving luncheon, and helped serve. Great job to Amy and staff as always. They did an amazing job. A lot of people there, so it's pretty cool. And then I did the turkey trot on
What's wrong with you?
I don't
I don't
know.
know either. All right. Vaughn.
Wanted to report out, I went to the COG meeting, and the one decision that was made was with regards to safe routes to school. We voted for item 3, which took $2.5 million away from the $8.5 million, so there's only $6 million, and they will create a new program, and then they also took out, it doesn't require any matching funds, and jurisdictions will be able to get that fund according to sort of what the current allocation by population. So we will be getting some of that, and it's going to require an amendment which will go before the different jurisdictions before it gets approved. So I wanted to put out for that.
That's awesome.
And then with regards to Measure C, they will start looking for recommendations for that exec committee, which will have quite a bit of organizations or industry members, up to 35 to 45 members is sort of what they're looking at. So I want to report out for that.
Thank you. Matt and I had fun at the Dry Creek Elementary second graders. Is that where this came from?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. And they all drew a picture, and I made the mayor for a day, and I would have traded that job for this tonight anytime. Anytime a 7-year-old wants to sit up here and try to do that, but anyway, that was a lot of fun. And never follow Art Negretti, who did an awesome job, like the best. Andy was there, police and fire, but Art is the best. He has got like streets and trucks, and he was super fun. Frisbees. It was embarrassing. But anyway, so that's that. All right, that's enough of that. I know, that was bad. All right, we're now going to adjourn into closed session. We're going to deal with the items on the agenda, and we are going to report out or not, Scott? Maybe?
We are requesting action, that will need to be reported out tonight, yes. So
All right.
any public comment on any of the 3 items is appropriate at this point. If none, we'll retire to closed session.
Okay.